Autophagy Made Easy by John Adams for Green Mountain Computing. Introduction. Welcome to Autophagy Made Easy, your personal guide through the fascinating landscape of your body's own renewal and rejuvenation processes. Unfurl the sails of curiosity and embark on an insightful voyage into the essence of cellular cleanup, a journey that demystifies one of biology's most integral phenomena. This book is dedicated to unraveling the secrets of autophagy, a term that might sound like a mouthful, but is as intrinsic to your well-being as breathing. Think of it as your body's way of taking out the trash, recycling old components, and keeping everything running smoothly, from the tiny cells to the full human form. Through in-depth analogies, this book will break down the complex concepts and components of autophagy into digestible, relatable nuggets of wisdom that resonate with your daily experience. Imagine a treasure map that leads you to understand exactly what triggers this cellular marvel and how it operates within the intricate systems of the body. Autophagy Made Easy is that map. It offers you a holistic overview from the very triggers and switches of autophagy to its sweeping roles in health and disease management. As you turn the pages, expect to gain an enlightened perspective on how simple lifestyle changes can propel this cleansing powerhouse into action, and how, in doing so, you can harness its potential for improved health outcomes. This book isn't just about explaining a biological process, it's about empowering you to become an active participant in your health, using knowledge that's been distilled into a simplicity that belies its sophistication. Whether you're a student of life sciences, an avid health enthusiast, or simply curious about the untapped powers within you, Autophagy Made Easy will equip you with the knowledge and the means to elevate your health consciousness. With clarity, insight, and a sprinkle of humor, let this journey into the cellular heart of your body transform the way you view health, longevity, and the natural brilliance encoded into every fiber of your being. Welcome aboard, and let the exploration begin. The birth of autophagy. Welcome to the opening chapter of a truly remarkable story, one that unfolds within the very fabric of our being, the story of autophagy. Picture the human body as a complex metropolis, with each cell a bustling hub of activity, complete with its own maintenance crew. Autophagy is akin to these diligent workers, ensuring that each cellular city remains in prime condition. It might sound grandiose, but in essence, it's a fundamental way our cells keep themselves clean and efficient, much like one would maintain a well-oiled machine. Autophagy is essentially the body's way of cleaning house. It's how cells take their waste, the broken, worn-out bits, and recycle them. Think of it like this: rather than letting old components pile up, causing a mess and potentially leading to breakdowns, cells use autophagy to tidy up, breaking down the junk into usable parts once more. For clarity, consider a car. Owning a car means upkeep, oil changes, tire rotations, even cleaning out the trunk. Autophagy is similar. It's the cell's natural service schedule. Neglect it, and just as a car might start to sputter and fail, cells can malfunction, leading to health problems. But keep up with the maintenance, and things run smoothly. Interestingly enough, certain choices can influence this cellular service: what we eat, how much we exercise, and the amount and quality of sleep we get. Embarking on this journey together, we'll look closely at each cog and wheel, understanding not only the what, but the how and why of this process. By breaking down its intricate mechanics into comprehensible actions, much like explaining a car's transmission or the steps to prepare a gourmet meal, the goal is to demystify how cells use autophagy to sustain life, defend against disease, and are influenced by our daily behavior. As with any complex system, there's a lot to learn. But fear not. The aim is to guide you step by step ensuring that with each new term and concept, you're given the context and analogies that make the information relatable and manageable. Latch onto this guide as a companion to a journey within, exploring the nuances of our inner worlds with a sense of wonder and discovery, fully grasping the elegance of our cellular machinery. There's a whole universe teeming with life under the microscope, and it's time to get acquainted with one of its most vital operations. Welcome to the birth of autophagy. Autophagy, in its simplest explanation, is a survival mechanism within each cell. Think of it as a recycling and cleanup crew that's on call 24/7. Cells, much like people, have a life cycle. They grow, perform their functions, and eventually get worn out. Along the way, they produce waste material and also accumulate damaged components. Just as one would clear out broken items or repurpose what's lying around at home, autophagy does this at a cellular level. This process disassembles the defective parts and waste, then reuses the basic building blocks, amino acids, fatty acids to be precise, to create new cellular components or to produce energy. Now, why is this essential? Without autophagy, cells would be like houses cluttered to the brim with no way to manage the mess. Over time, this clutter can cause cells to perform poorly or even lead to their death, which can contribute to numerous diseases. Autophagy helps keep cells functioning optimally by removing what's no longer needed or what could be harmful, almost like pressing a reset button to rejuvenate the cell's interior. Look at it this way. Imagine a machine that operates continuously. If it never receives maintenance, it will eventually break down. Autophagy is the maintenance program that keeps the cellular machine running smoothly. It's this balance between synthesis and degradation, creation and recycling that sustains life at a microscopic level. Insightfully understanding autophagy means appreciating its role not just in cellular cleanliness, but in overall health. It plays a part in fighting infections, preventing muscle degeneration, combating aging, and it even has a role in protecting against diseases like cancer and diabetes. Its complexities are vast, and scientists are continuously uncovering new ways that this critical process keeps us alive. In essence, autophagy is a master of multitasking, a process finely tuned over millennia, allowing each cell to adapt and thrive even under stress. It's a beautiful dance of destruction and creation, underpinning the vitality and longevity of cells, and by extension, the health of organisms. As we talk about autophagy, imagine pulling back the curtain on a grand performance happening in each cell, a show of resilience and resourcefulness that is fundamental to life itself. Let's take a deeper look at the fascinating voyage of autophagy, a process which unfolds in our cells in a series of precise steps akin to a well-choreographed dance. It's as if each cell hosts a ballet of biological activity, with the autophagosome being the star dancer. The performance begins with initiation, the moment when our cell decides it's time to do some cleanup. Like a farmer assessing the field and preparing for harvest, the cell readies itself to gather and recycle worn-out parts. The call to action comes from various signals. Perhaps the cell is under stress, or there's too much debris cluttering up the place. This is the stage where a double membrane structure starts to form, akin to drawing the curtains on the stage before the dance begins. Nucleation follows, marking the spot where the autophagosome starts shaping up, like a potter spinning a lump of clay to form a bowl. Special molecules like ATG9 and ATG16L1 are the potter's hands, shaping the emerging autophagosome and deciding what will be enclosed within its embrace. These molecules gather at the site where the cell's waste accumulates. Imagine now the autophagosome budding and growing as if it were a soap bubble expanding from a wand, swirling larger to envelop the cellular waste, the stage of expansion. Proteins known as ATG proteins grace the arena, tagging the clutter for cleanup and guiding it into the growing autophagosome, ensuring only the right materials get on board for the journey ahead, like stagehands ensuring props are correctly placed for a scene. As the finale approaches, the autophagosome is ready to fuse with the lysosome, a sac brimming with degrading enzymes waiting to receive the cellular waste, much like a recycling center awaiting the week's collection. This is the degradation and recycling phase, where everything within the autophagosome's confines will be broken down into basic building blocks, such as amino acids and fatty acids. Imagine these enzymes as expert recyclers, disassembling old electronics into metals and plastics, useful once more. This is not the end, but a fresh start. The recycled components are released back into the cytosol, the fluid inside the cell, to be re-energized and reborn into new cell parts. It's as if the broken-down props from our previous ballet are now repurposed into splendid new sets for upcoming performances. The process is precise, regulated by numerous cellular signals and checkpoints, ensuring that balance is maintained, akin to a maestro leading an orchestra to perform in perfect harmony. Each musician, each note, perfectly timed and placed. Understanding the complex components of autophagy through these engaging analogies emphasizes not just the elegance and necessity of this cellular process, but also its delicate precision, proof of nature's sophistication in even the smallest of activities that preserve life within us. The discovery of autophagy is much like an intrepid crew setting sail to map the mysteries of a forgotten empire hidden deep in a rainforest. Each scientist is an explorer, hacking through the dense underbrush of cellular complexity in search of understanding. Christian de Duve, the trailblazer, stumbled upon the first temple, the lysosome. Like deciphering the Rosetta Stone, his work laid the foundations for understanding this unknown language of cellular degradation. Imagine each breakthrough as a hidden chamber revealed, each offering up its secrets in the form of ancient scripts. These are our molecular pathways, once shrouded in darkness, illuminated one by one under the torchlight of inquiry. When Yoshinori Osumi set foot upon this landscape, he unearthed the process of autophagy itself, much like an archaeologist discovering the heart of a vibrant city beneath layers of earth. His meticulous work answered lingering questions on how cells recycle their own components, like finding a detailed map in the hands of a stone statue, outlining the roots of trade and ceremony within the civilization. These contributions, each a significant discovery, work together like the tracings of veins on a map, sketching out the lifeblood roots of our cellular livelihoods. It's a never-ending exploration, with each new revelation painting a fuller picture of the intricate dance of survival and renewal that goes on within the hidden world of our microscopic city-states. The elegance of this process, the wonder of disorder turned to order, continues to captivate the minds of those who, over their morning coffee, take a moment to ponder the vast intricacies that operate within us all, unseen but essential. Here is the breakdown, detailing the pioneering trek through the dense jungle of cell biology made by Christian de Duve and Yoshinori Osumi, two explorers whose findings underpin our understanding of autophagy. Christian de Duve's discoveries, identification of lysosomes, discovered lysosomes by fractionating cells and isolating the different components. Described them as suicide bags due to their role in breaking down cellular components, comparable to stumbling upon an ancient forge where materials are either crafted or melted down. Function of lysosomes. Revealed that lysosomes are responsible for degradation and recycling within the cell. Conceptually, they act like a recycling center, repurposing cellular waste into raw materials. Impact on autophagy research. His work set the stage for subsequent discoveries in cellular cleanup and recycling processes. Imagine him laying down the cobblestones that would pave the path towards the heart of the city. Our understanding of autophagy. Yoshinori Osumi's contributions. Elucidation of the autophagy mechanism. Conducted groundbreaking experiments using Baker's yeast, a model organism. His discoveries are akin to excavating the blueprints of a lost city, revealing the complexity beneath its streets. Identification of essential genes for autophagy. Isolated and analyzed yeast mutants to identify genes vital for autophagy. Each gene discovery is like finding a key that unlocks a secret chamber within the grand palace of the cell. Mapping the autophagic genes. Osumi meticulously mapped the genetic landscape, detailing the loci and interactions of autophagy-related genes, like an archaeologist cataloging every relic, ensuring none of the story is lost to time. Broader understanding of autophagy demonstrated that the mechanisms observed in yeast were conserved in higher organisms, highlighted the universality of autophagy, as if revealing a common language spoken by all the diverse cultures housed within our cellular metropolis. The tapestry woven by Duduve's and Osumi's explorations is rich with details that, like glyphs along an ancient wall, narrate the saga of survival, decay, and rebirth playing out within each of our cells. With each bullet point and sublist, envision the care taken to preserve a papyrus scroll or the precision required to restore a delicate fresco, from the sweeping movements to the brush's finest touch. It is through such intricacies that the grand narrative of autophagy is told, resonating with vibrancy and life, a tale not of a lost civilization, but a thriving one within us. In a quest to comprehend autophagy, a series of breakthrough experiments played a role comparable to decoding a complex encryption. Each study peeled back a layer of the intricate process, gradually revealing the mechanism's elegance and utility. A pioneer in the field, Yoshinori Osumi designed ingeniously simple yet profoundly impactful experiments using yeast as his subject. He observed what happened to cellular components during nutrient starvation, a condition known to induce autophagy. It was a situation analogous to understanding how a ship manages cargo when resources are scarce, prioritizing what is essential for survival. Osumi's masterstroke lay in the use of yeasts with defective vacuoles, equivalent to storage chambers within the cells. Under microscopic scrutiny, he noticed that these vacuoles accumulated autophagic bodies, which normally would be broken down, akin to parcels accumulating at a post office when the processing system falters. The inability of these yeasts to degrade the autophagic bodies was telling. Each mutation provided a clue, revealing not just a single gene or element, but a comprehensive network, much like a series of interconnected locks in a canal, each requiring a key for the safe passage of boats bearing goods. The principles illuminated by Osumi's work are profound. Autophagy isn't a standalone marvel, but a symphony of cooperative actions, a constellation of genes and proteins working in concert. It's as if each gene is an instrument in an orchestra, with the absence of even one leading to disharmony. What Osumi gave science was not just an understanding of individual aspects of autophagy, but a map of how they all fit together, impacting everything from cellular repair to energy management, reminiscent of how understanding each role on a team contributes to the overall success of a venture. These experiments have not only decoded the autophagy process, but cemented its place as a fundamental biological mechanism. Akin to discovering a new fundamental law of physics, these insights have clear implications, not just for basic biology, but for understanding diseases and developing potential treatments. Each detail, each discovery, serves as a beacon, guiding further research into the unknown, much like lighthouses, guiding ships through the perilous waters to the shores of new understanding. Yoshinori Osumi's meticulous approach to experiment on yeast cells initiated an in-depth excursion into the cellular phenomenon of autophagy, and it stands as a testament to methodical scientific exploration. The journey began with yeast cells that were subjected to nutrient starvation, a stress that prompts cells to turn inward, digesting their own components to survive, in a process similar to a tree shedding leaves to conserve resources during drought. The genius in Osumi's method lay in the use of specialized yeast strains, harboring mutations that disrupted typical vacuole functions, those being the cellular equivalent of a compost bin where waste is broken down. He observed that under starvation, these cellular bins would accrue undigested cellular components, much like an overfilled shredder that can no longer operate. Each mutation was carefully chosen to provide insight into the autophagy pathway, akin to a detective, meticulously selecting which leads to follow. He then utilized a screening technique to identify which mutants accumulated the autophagic bodies, allowing him to pinpoint the genes related to autophagy. The genes he identified, essential for this process, are like pieces of a sophisticated lock. Each piece must fit and turn correctly for the lock to open, or in cellular terms, for autophagy to proceed. These genes carry instructions to manufacture the cellular machinery required for autophagy, serving as a blueprint for assembling a complex piece of hardware. The identification of these genes revolutionized the understanding of autophagy. Not just lone entities, these genes orchestrate a cellular symphony, each playing a vital role. Understanding the function of each musician in this symphony has provided profound insights into cell survival, renewal processes, and even the mechanisms behind various diseases. This is much like discovering the individual roles of musicians in an orchestra. Remove one, and the harmony is disrupted, leading to a flawed performance. Osumi's experiments laid out a granular map of autophagy at a genetic level, illuminating how a cell repurposes its own components in times of scarcity or stress. The cell's ability to perform these tasks is paramount, akin to how a ship's crew ensures that essential systems remain operational during a long voyage. Each gene discovered added a piece to the puzzle, contributing to a cohesive picture of a process fundamental to life itself. In succinct terms, these groundbreaking experiments did not merely shed light on a cellular process, they sketched the entire landscape of cellular sustainability, longevity, and adaptability. Each associated gene and protein highlighted in these experiments serves as a hallmark of cellular ingenuity, illustrating a natural process through which the cell's own materials are recycled and renewed for ongoing biological prosperity. Imagine your body as a home with a continuous cycle of maintenance, where autophagy is the ever-efficient janitor, the handyman, and the renovation crew all rolled into one. Much like the way you'd sift through your closet, snatching up worn-out clothes to be repurposed into cleaning rags or donated, autophagy sorts through cells, identifying parts that are damaged and no longer serving their purpose. It's a thrift-conscious homeowner who knows that an old table can become artful shelves, or chipped dishes transformed into mosaic garden art. Think of autophagy as your home's weekly deep clean, reaching into every nook and cranny to clear out dust and debris, ensuring that nothing harmful lingers to cause sickness or discomfort. It resembles the process of sprucing up your living space, taking out the garbage, vacuuming underneath furniture, and fixing that leaky faucet, all to maintain a clean and healthy environment. Then, when it's time for a more significant overhaul, autophagy steps in like a renovation expert. Picture a room being remodeled. Outdated wallpaper is stripped away, the old carpet is torn out, and a fresh, vibrant coat of paint invigorates the walls. Similarly, autophagy breaks down cell components that are past their prime, recycling their materials for newer, better versions. Why does autophagy matter in the broader scope? Without it, cells would become like hoarders' homes, cluttered with old components, leading to dysfunction and disease. With it, they are more like homes that undergo routine maintenance and thoughtful remodeling, places where everything has a purpose and no space is wasted. This recycling and repairing keep the body's cells efficient, capable, and robust, much like a well-cared-for house stands sturdy through the seasons. Through this lens of familiar activities, autophagy reveals its indispensable role in the grand design of life, turning cellular clutter into rejuvenated potential. Today's landscape of autophagy research is rich with discovery and brimming with potential. Much like a gardener who has just begun to understand the patterns of growth and decay in a garden, scientists are cultivating their knowledge of how autophagy influences health and disease. Newly unearthed theories suggest that this cellular process plays a bigger role than previously thought, akin to finding out that the soil's condition affects every plant it touches. In terms of health, autophagy is like the body's personal trainer, keeping cells fit by removing accumulated damage and promoting their survival. It's associated with longevity and is a process that, when tuned correctly, could help delay the onset of age-related diseases, like regularly oiling a machine to keep it running smoothly for years. When it comes to disease, imagine autophagy as a double-edged sword. On one side, it's a protector, potentially guarding against conditions like neurodegeneration, much like a home security system fends off intruders. On the other, if it goes awry, it can contribute to diseases such as cancer by providing a hidden refuge for cells that should not survive, a case of the security system mistakenly allowing a burglar to stay hidden inside the house. Researchers are investigating how tweaking this process could treat a variety of ailments. It could mean designing drugs that turn up autophagy, akin to boosting the volume on a speaker to drown out noise, or learning to dial it down in cases where it provides an unfair advantage to diseased cells, like reducing a car's speed when it's going too fast for safety. The current state of research is transformative, bridging the gap between a complex cellular function and tangible real-world health outcomes. It's a fast-paced arena where every bit of knowledge opens doors to new treatment strategies, each like a ripple spreading across a pond, its effects felt broadly. With each discovery, scientists are piecing together the wider narrative of how this essential biological process could be harnessed to improve quality of life, aiming for the day when this hidden cellular machinery works in everyone's favor. Let's take a deeper look at the cellular symphony that is autophagy, and the instrumentalists, the molecular components like autophagosomes, lysosomes, and ATG genes that make it possible. Autophagy can be likened to a city's waste management system, with autophagosomes as the garbage trucks that collect waste products and lysosomes as the recycling centers that process the waste. Autophagosomes arise like bubbles in a serene pond, blooming from parts of the cellular membrane to wrap around and sequester the bits of cellular debris that need disposal. These vesicles travel within the cell, harboring their cargo like a train on its way to a waste depot. At this depot, the lysosome enzymes are on standby to process the waste. They tear apart the captured debris into its basic components, much like a recycling facility that sorts and breaks down plastics and cardboard, transforming them into reusable materials. The ATG genes, meanwhile, are akin to the architects and engineers behind this sophisticated system. They provide the instructions for building the autophagosomes and regulate the entire autophagy process. In a series of pioneering experiments, researchers have unraveled the complexity of autophagy by methodically switching off these genes, observing the effects like turning off streetlights on various city routes to understand the flow of traffic. In terms of health, when autophagy performs in concert, it's protective, fortifying cells against invaders and wear and tear, much like a city fortified against storms and invaders. But when out of tune, autophagy can become destructive, inadvertently aiding diseases such as cancer, as if the city's defenses were turned against its own buildings. Delving into the intricacies of autophagy, an appreciation blossoms not only for the macro level of waste management, but for the micro, where each enzyme in the lysosome contributes to the regeneration of cellular resources. This is particularly compelling when considering diseases linked to dysfunctional autophagy. It's as if understanding each worker's role in the city can help pinpoint where the system fails, offering invaluable insights into ways to maintain harmony within the urban sprawl of our cellular metropolis. Looking at the narrative of autophagy through this detailed lens, the process reveals itself not just as a biological phenomenon, but as a masterclass in cellular resourcefulness and adaptability, with sweeping implications for our health and the search for cures to some of life's most pressing medical mysteries. Imagine autophagy as a smartphone's operating system that, when understood and updated, can dramatically enhance the phone's performance. In the realm of personal wellness, grasping the inner workings of autophagy empowers us with actionable insights, like knowing which apps to keep running on our phone for optimal functionality. It explains why fasting or certain dietary choices, almost like rebooting or updating software, can trigger our cellular cleanup, potentially boosting our health, much as a system refresh can speed up a once sluggish device. When it comes to medical advancements, understanding autophagy is akin to a tech firm reverse engineering a piece of cutting-edge equipment. With this deep knowledge, scientists can fine-tune treatments akin to software developers creating patches for vulnerabilities in the system. They're developing drugs that can ramp up autophagy, like enhancing a device's capability to handle more resource-intensive tasks, aiding in the fight against illnesses from infections to neurodegeneration. Conversely, if the system runs too rampant, leading to disease, they're finding methods to dial it back, much like issuing an update to fix a bug causing overheating. This rich vein of research is the groundwork from which personal health innovations and clinical breakthroughs are springboarding, much as technological advances leap from understanding a gadget's circuitry to putting a more powerful and efficient version in your hand. As we gather around our metaphoric coffee table, autophagy reveals itself not just as an academic curiosity, but as a pivotal player in the story of human health, a narrative unfolding with each research paper, each experiment, just as the story of technology unfolds with every new device's release. Here is the breakdown detailing the intricate process of autophagy and its profound impact on cellular health and potential in treating diseases, laid out as if one were exploring the stages of a sophisticated gadget's repair system. Identification of cellular waste. The cell, much like a smart device, constantly assesses its parts for efficiency and function, singling out the obsolete or damaged. Damaged proteins and organelles are flagged for removal, similar to how a phone's diagnostic tool might identify and flag apps that are crashing or consuming excessive resources. Formation of the autophagosome. A structure called the autophagosome envelops the cellular waste, akin to a technician wrapping a faulty part in protective packaging before repair. Membranes in the cell morph around the waste, forming a vesicle, much like a bubble, forms around a submerged object as it prepares to rise to the surface. Fusion with the lysosome. The autophagosome then fuses with the lysosome, a process comparable to delivering the faulty gadget Part 2. The repair shop. The lysosome is packed with enzymes, ready to deconstruct and salvage usable components, akin to a technician with tools at hand, ready to break down and fix or repurpose the gadget parts. Degradation by lysosomal hydrolyses. Hydrolyses within the lysosome dismantle the cellular waste into basic biochemicals, mirroring how a technician would disassemble a device to its fundamental components: screws, wires, and chips. Recycling of macromolecules. The elemental parts, amino acids, fatty acids, sugars, are recycled by the cell, similar to how refurbished components might be employed in the assembly of new devices. This cellular upcycling ensures nothing goes to waste, exemplified by the way one might repurpose old technology for new functions. Therapeutic strategies. Researchers are developing pharmaceuticals aimed at modulating autophagy akin to software updates that optimize the phone's performance. For diseases caused by insufficient autophagy, like some neurodegenerative conditions, drugs might act like a performance boost, speeding up the cellular cleanup. Conversely, for diseases with excessive autophagy, treatments could effectively down-regulate the process, much like installing a patch to prevent a phone from overheating. Specific examples of research. Advances in understanding misfolded protein degradation through autophagy hold promise for tackling Alzheimer's, akin to updating security software to shield against the latest threats. Investigations into autophagy's role in immune response are leading to strategies that enhance cellular defense mechanisms, similar to upgrading a phone system to better resist malware. By maintaining the simplicity of the analogy and the friendly coffee table chat style, this complex cellular function becomes as understandable and intriguing as the latest tech release. Through each stage and therapeutic potential, autophagy stands out as a critical process not only in the maintenance of cellular health, but also as a frontier in the fight against some of today's most challenging diseases. Stepping back from Chapter 1, The Birth of Autophagy, a thorough view of the tapestry that is cellular self-digestion has been laid before you. Beginning with its discovery, a venture as revealing as the unearthing of an ancient script, the chapter has journeyed through the essential role autophagy plays, a process as fundamental to a cell's survival as a fresh water supply is to a flourishing town. Just as a town's maintenance crews remove waste to prevent unhygienic conditions, autophagy ensures that cellular clutter does not compromise health. This exploration has drawn back the curtain on the robust mechanisms of renewal that sustain our cells, much akin to learning the craft behind a masterfully produced piece of art. Each brushstroke, each carved detail holds significance in the masterpiece's entirety. It has delved into how malfunctions in this fine system might set the stage for illnesses, casting a light on the intricacies that, when finessed, may hold keys to novel treatments, mirroring how an expert tunes an instrument to produce perfect harmony. The excitement for the chapters ahead is palpable as it teems with the promise of expanding upon this rich foundation. An even deeper understanding of how the cogs and wheels of autophagy mesh together anticipates a fuller grasp of the implications for longevity, for vitality, for one's well-being. Woven throughout this narrative is the assurance that complex concepts can be mastered, much like a map can guide a traveler through new terrain. So take a moment to savor the knowledge gained and prepare to delve further into the dynamic realm of autophagy, where a world of intricate beauty and profound potential is just waiting to be discovered. Autophagy, decoding the cellular mechanism. Welcome to the next step in our journey, a chapter where the cellular world unveils one of its most vital processes, autophagy. Imagine for a moment a bustling city where everything runs on clockwork precision. Now, envisage that within each of our cells, there's a system that's just as essential and intricate as the heart is to pumping life through our bodies. This is the realm of autophagy, a process that, at first glance, may seem enigmatic, but is as integral to cellular well-being as the heartbeat is to our survival. This chapter peels back the layers, inviting you to grasp autophagy with the ease of picking up a new favorite recipe. Just as chefs follow steps to create a dish, cells have meticulous procedures to recycle their components, ensuring vitality. Each step of autophagy, from the first signal to the final act of recycling, is laid out with precision, akin to a well-edited instruction manual that guides you smoothly from start to finish. Autophagy is intricate, and comprehending it fully can seem daunting, yet it becomes less so when the explanation is grounded in everyday experiences. As we navigate this landscape together, the narrative remains clear, methodical, and without a trace of enigmatic jargon. Simple yet rich, analogies are employed to shine a light on this cellular gem, helping to stitch each technical detail into the broader tapestry of understanding. As your guide, I stand alongside you, peeling back the complexity to reveal not just the what, but also the how and why of autophagy. The aim is to not only inform, but to ignite curiosity, encourage questions, and foster a sense of empowered comprehension. So let's begin, turning the page with excitement, ready to decode the symphony of mechanisms that constitute autophagy, a process as wondrous as it is vital to life. Autophagy unfolds in our cells in a sequence of events that is as meticulously coordinated as a ballet. It starts with a cell evaluating its interior, identifying parts that are no longer in their prime, much like a quality inspector in a factory. Once these cellular components are marked, the process begins. An autophagosome, a tiny bubble-like structure, forms around the unwanted material like a cocoon enveloping a caterpillar. This autophagosome then travels within the cell, carrying its cargo destined for recycling like a truck en route to a recycling plant. Its next stop is the lysosome, an organelle filled with enzymes that act like the recycling facility's machines, breaking down the contents into their fundamental building blocks. These enzymes don't indiscriminately tear apart the waste. Rather, they carefully dismantle it like skilled workers, disassembling electronics into reusable metals and plastics. After the cellular waste is broken down into its simplest forms, such as amino acids and fats, these molecules are shuttled back into the cytoplasm, the cell's version of a factory floor. Here, they are ready to be repurposed, pieced back together in different combinations to make new cellular components. The purpose of explaining autophagy in such everyday terms is to underscore how essential this process is for the cell, much like regular maintenance is for machinery. While the subtleties of autophagy can be complex, resting assured that each nuance is presented here with clarity and care ensures comprehension is within reach. The focus remains unwavering, making sure that these intricate processes are not just learned, but understood and appreciated for the elegance and necessary function they contribute to the life of a cell. When peering into the microscopic world of a cell, autophagy emerges as a process as meticulous as a clockmaker's craft, targeting a variety of cellular debris. Damaged proteins, worn-out organelles like mitochondria, the cell's powerhouses, and invaders such as bacteria. Initiating much like a clock responding to the hour, autophagy's starting signal often arises from conditions of stress like nutrient scarcity or infection. The making of an autophagosome begins with these signals. They activate a network of molecules, among them AMPK and mTOR, which act as the cell's sensors, gauging energy levels and stress, triggering the autophagy machinery like a switchboard operator who connects a call at the right moment. Enter the ATG, autophagy-related proteins, a league of cellular artisans constructing the autophagosome from cellular membrane materials. It begins with the ATG 6/Beclin 1 complex, which sets the foundation for the autophagosome's birth, much like laying down the keel of a ship, recruiting other ATG proteins to expand this structure until it fully encircles the debris, enclosing it like a globe around a precious object. And what of the fusion with the lysosome? This step echoes the joining of two soap bubbles into one larger sphere. The autophagosome docks with the lysosome, where enzymes known as acid hydrolyses, cellular equivalents of recycling plant shredders, degrade the engulfed material. These miniature demolition experts meticulously dismantle the cargo into building blocks such as amino acids and sugars. The final act of returning these recycled components to the cellular cytosol mirrors a stream nourishing a landscape, enabling the rejuvenation and creation of proteins, membranes, and whole new organelles that contribute to the cell's renewal and vitality. It is a cycle of continuous rebirth, preserving the cell's dynamism and functionality. Through this comprehensive look at autophagy, observe the cell's inbuilt sustainability program. Each molecule plays a critical role, like unique parts in a grand machine, maintaining the delicate balance of cellular economy that underpins the greater realm of biological health. Imagine stepping into a kitchen where the day's cooking has left behind peels, cores, and perhaps half a pot of stew. This is the starting scene for autophagy. Like a thrifty chef who sees opportunity in every scrap, a cell's autophagy process surveys its interior and marks the leftovers and damaged goods for a makeover. The creation of the autophagosome is akin to pulling out a large mixing bowl ready to gather these ingredients. Once the bits and bobs, damaged proteins and parts of organelles, are nestled in the bowl, the autophagosome, they are delivered to the stove, the lysosome. Here comes the transformation. Enzymes in the lysosome, acting as heat and spices, work to break down and cook the leftovers into their basic nutrients, much like simmering a stew until the flavors meld into something entirely new and delectable. After the magic of this culinary alchemy, the nutrients, amino acids and simple sugars, are like a rich broth, ready to be sipped by the cell or used as the base for new dishes, cellular components. Autophagy, therefore, is the cell's way of keeping the kitchen tidy, restocking the pantry, and ensuring nothing goes to waste, all while preparing for the next meal. It's truly a masterclass in resourcefulness and sustainability, echoing the rhythms of daily life and the cycles of nature, revealing the beauty and brilliance at play within our very own cellular kitchen. Here is the breakdown on autophagy, laid out with the familiarity of a bustling kitchen scene. Cellular components, targeted by autophagy. Damaged organelles, almost like bruised fruits that a chef would decide not to use directly but repurpose instead. Misfolded proteins, akin to stale bread, still useful when turned into breadcrumbs. Pathogens, bacteria and viruses, much like unwelcome kitchen pests that need to be contained and removed. Specific ATG proteins and their roles, ATG12, ATG5 complex, the whisk of the cellular kitchen, aerating and preparing the broader environment for autophagy. ATG7, like a sharp chef's knife, essential for cutting and preparing proteins to either initiate or expand the autophagosome. ATG16L, comparable to a spatula, working to fold and add new layers to the emerging autophagosome. Stages from initiation to degradation. Initiation, the cell senses stress or damage, signaling for cleanup the same way a chef decides it's time to tidy up after service. Nucleation, just as a chef gathers the necessary pots and pans, the cell assembles the ATG proteins to start forming the autophagosome. Expansion. The autophagosome grows to encapsulate waste, like a pastry chef skillfully enlarging a pie crust to fill with ingredients. Fusion. The autophagosome fuses with the lysosome, a combination as vital as blending the right spices and seasonings into a simmering pot. Degradation. Enzymes break down waste into basic components, similar to how heat breaks down complex food items into simpler, tender textures. Breakdown of waste and repurposing of nutrients. Once the cell's version of a delicious stew is ready, the nutrients, now broken down into simple sugars, amino acids, and fatty acids, are like a rich stock set aside by a chef, ready to be used in crafting tomorrow's menu items or heightening the flavor profile of another dish. This step-by-step guide to autophagy reveals a process reminiscent of the careful preparation, cooking, and reinvention that happens every day in kitchens around the world. It underscores the natural rhythm of repurposing and renewing, ensuring that cells, like our kitchens, remain places of creativity and efficiency. Through this lens, the act of cellular cleaning and recycling illustrates not merely a biological necessity, but a dance of regeneration that sustains life at its most fundamental level. Picture a relay race where the success of the team relies on the seamless handoff of the baton between runners. Each member sprints a stretch of the track, playing a distinct yet crucial role in the journey towards the finish line. In the cellular arena, the ATG, autophagy-related proteins, form a similar team, where each protein ensures the autophagy process runs its full and necessary course. The race begins with ATG1, like the starting runner who responds to the gunshot, the cue signaling nutrient depletion or cellular stress. It paves the way by activating downstream proteins, akin to picking up speed and creating the momentum needed for the next teammate. Handing the baton off, ATG9 arrives, encircling and collecting cellular debris like a runner, rounding athletes into their pack, ensuring nothing and no one falls behind. In the middle of the relay, ATG2 and ATG18 work as core duo, passing the baton with practiced finesse. They're tasked with expanding the autophagosome, like mid-race runners who maintain pace, conserving energy while preparing for the final stretch. ATG8, completing the handoff, arrives to enclose and complete the formation of the autophagosome. It's a sprinter that skillfully dodges and weaves, ensuring the cellular cargo is safely encompassed, much like a runner securing their position before passing the baton. Nearing the finish line, ATG12, ATG5, and ATG16L1 form a complex, like a set of anchor runners prepared to finish strong. They finalize the autophagosome, determining which parts of the cellular track, or the inside of the cell, need to be cleared and recycled. Their crucial collaboration brings the process home, similar to the anchor bringing the baton to the finish line with determination and speed. With each step and handover, the ATG proteins illustrate a harmony of function and purpose, revealing the elegance of autophagy. It's a relay that secures not just a win, but the health and sustainability of the cell, with each protein runner contributing to the bigger race of cellular survival and efficiency. This narrative paints a unique race of biological relay where the prize is life itself, sustained by each runner's irreplaceable role. Let's take a deeper look at the cast of ATG proteins, the cellular virtuosos choreographing the ballet of autophagy, each with a key part in the performance. ATG1 complex. Initiation. Functions as the conductor, waving the baton to kickstart the autophagy symphony with kinase activity. Sends a signal, the cue for other proteins to play their roles in response to cellular hunger or stress. ATG9, vesicle transport, acts like a delivery truck, distributing crucial supplies needed to build the autophagosome. transports membrane lipids to the growing autophagosome, ensuring it has the material to expand. ATG2, lipid transfer. Like a bricklayer adding layers to a foundation, ATG2 transfers lipids to expand the autophagosome, ensures that the membrane wall grows steadily and can fit the debris the cell aims to recycle. ATG18, membrane curvature shaping, works as an artist sculpting the membrane, bending it to provide the autophagosome its distinctive shape, crucial for pinpointing the place where the membrane will encapsulate the waste materials. ATG8, ubiquitin-like conjugation system. Functions like a biological Velcro, tagging the cellular cargo, slated for degradation and allowing the membrane to close and seal. Plays a role in recognizing and collecting the components to be recycled. ATG, 12 ATG, 5 ATG, 16 L1 complex, autophagosome formation. Serves as a trio of engineers supervising the complex architecture of the autophagosome. Ensures the accuracy and specificity of the waste to be enclosed, akin to quality inspectors on a production line. Each ATG protein is a master in its trade, coordinating like a team where every move, every action is precisely timed and executed for peak performance. The handoff of responsibilities is seamless, much like players in a relay race passing the baton without missing a beat, each one vital for surging ahead. As one views the inner mechanics, the interactions and precise functions, it becomes clear that autophagy is not a mere cleanup act, but a beautifully orchestrated endeavor that preserves the cell's integrity and vitality. These ATG proteins come together like an ensemble cast, ensuring the continued success of the ongoing show of life inside every cell. Autophagy acts like a tightrope walker, balancing delicately to maintain health within our cells. On one side, it's a guardian, clearing out cellular debris and defective components that, if accumulated, could cause havoc. Much like a diligent janitor ensures a building is safe and clean. Consider neurodegenerative diseases, such as Alzheimer's, where the accumulation of toxic proteins in the brain is one of the hallmarks. Here, autophagy is the hero, stepping in to sweep these potential threats away, potentially delaying or preventing the disease's progression. However, this cellular custodian can sometimes tip the scales in the opposite direction. In the case of cancer, autophagy provides a sanctuary for cancerous cells to thrive. These cells use autophagy like a survival kit, scavenging nutrients from the process to fuel their growth in low-resource environments, rather akin to weeds that, given space to decompose and recycle nutrients, return stronger in a garden. The key to autophagy's role in health lies in its balance. When finely tuned, it's a process that supports longevity and combats various diseases. But when it's out of sync, the same process can exacerbate conditions and impede healing. Understanding autophagy's dual nature guides researchers as they aim to modulate it for therapeutic benefit, turning up its activity to drive back diseases like Alzheimer's or putting the brakes on it to keep cancer cells from exploiting its mechanisms. It's remarkable how a process so minute, invisible to the naked eye, holds such potential and power in the vast landscape of human health. Let's take a deeper look at the intricate pathways that lead autophagy down different roads, one towards safeguarding our health and another, possibly, to aiding disease. Picture a complex subway system where the trains, representing the mechanisms of autophagy, can switch tracks under specific conditions, directed by signaling molecules akin to a transit control center. Within the bustling cellular city, proteins like mTOR and AMPK act as signal senders, responding to environmental cues such as nutrient levels or energy stress. AMPK, when activated by low energy, gives the go-ahead sign, much like a green traffic light, prompting the cell to recycle components and generate energy. It rallies a cascade of other proteins, including the pivotal ATG family, kicking off the autophagic process. These ATG proteins gather at the site of formation for the all-important autophagosome, like workers converging to begin their shifts. Protective autophagy is like a city's sanitation crew that identifies and clears potentially hazardous waste, including misfolded proteins or malfunctioning organelles. This action is particularly crucial when considering neurodegenerative diseases where, without this cleanup, toxic protein aggregates, the villains in these diseases, would accumulate, akin to trash, piling up in city streets and posing risks to public health. On the flip side, some resilient cancer cells can manipulate these signals, like hackers rerouting the traffic for their own benefit. They leverage autophagy to supply themselves with resources even when nutrients are scarce, almost as if they had an insider diverting supply trains to their station, ensuring their survival and proliferation even when conditions are dire. Research is homing in on this divergence, seeking to throttle cellular autophagy when it becomes a lifeline for cancer cells, or to boost its activity in diseases where more cleanup could mean better outcomes. Imagine scientists as engineers working to install versatile controls at key junctions within the subway network, capable of redirecting or halting trains to restore order when necessary. By delving into the cellular control mechanisms, this insight sheds light on how fine-tuning the tracks of autophagy might one day lead to therapies as targeted and refined as a train arriving precisely on time, offering tremendous potential to enhance human health. From the realm of the microscopic, we uncover the vast implications of the balance of autophagy, portraying not only its biological marvel, but also its significance in the overarching narrative of medical science. Just as Marie Curie illuminated the shadows of science with her discovery of radioactivity, Yoshinori Ohsumi cast a beam of light onto the once obscure pathways of autophagy. Picture them as explorers setting foot on uncharted territories. Curie, in her laboratory, uncovering the glowing mysteries of radium and polonium, her resolve unwavering even as she tread on the precipice of the known world. Likewise, Ohsumi, peering through his microscope, revealed the inner workings of cells digesting themselves in a ballet of survival and renewal. Both shared a tenacity that resembled a mountaineer summiting peaks where no one else dared to climb. Curie's work opened doors to the modern understanding of atomic physics and laid the groundwork for cancer therapy, just as Ohsumi's breakthroughs in autophagy have ushered in promising horizons in understanding how cells recycle their components, impacting treatments for diseases as varied as cancer and neurodegeneration. Their pioneering spirit didn't just push boundaries, but reshaped the landscape of knowledge. So, as one marvels at Curie's radium, glowing with possibilities, and Ohsumi's autophagy, the microscopic process of renaissance within cells, remember that these visionaries didn't just explore and discover. They expanded the realm of what's possible. Both taught us that within the intricacies of nature and the cells that constitute life lies a universe of discovery waiting for the curious and brave to unlock its secrets. Here is the breakdown, detailing the remarkable strides and seminal discoveries made by two titans of science, Marie Curie and Yoshinori Ohsumi. Marie Curie, radioactivity discovery, identified radioactivity as a property of atoms, likening it to a spontaneous magic trick where materials emit energy without any apparent stimulation, much like glow-in-the-dark paint shining in the absence of light. Isolation of radium and polonium. Used techniques such as fractional crystallization, which could be compared to a meticulous baker sifting through flour to separate the finest grains from the coarser ones. pioneered methods to extract these elements from uranium ore, akin to finding needles in a haystack, but with the needles being elements that reshaped the understanding of atomic structure. Impact. Her work laid the cornerstone for modern nuclear physics and radiology, much like an architect whose designs transform the cityscape, in this case giving rise to new medical treatments and scientific approaches. Yoshinori Osumi, identifying autophagy. Genes. Started the quest by observing yeast cells under nutrient deprivation to trigger autophagy, similar to a detective setting a trap to catch a glimpse of an elusive suspect. Autophagy. Characterizing the autophagic process. Mapped out the genes involved in autophagy like a cartographer plotting the hidden pathways of an ancient forest, revealing routes previously unknown to science. Technique. Utilized yeast genetics and microscopy, developing what could be likened to a specialized set of tools, as if custom forged for a sculptor to reveal the forms hidden within marble. Impact. His discoveries have profound implications for the understanding of cell biology and the treatment of diseases. They have served as a beacon, guiding subsequent research on autophagy-related therapies for conditions from cancer to neurodegeneration, similarly to how a lighthouse guides ships through difficult waters. Combining their narratives, one sees how Curie and Osumi reflect the quintessential spirit of scientific inquiry. Their breakthroughs didn't simply fill gaps in knowledge, they created new landscapes of understanding, changing the courses of their respective fields as indelibly as rivers shape valleys over the eons. Through their work, Marie Curie and Yoshinori Osumi exemplify the transformative power of curiosity-driven research, enriching the legacy of human discovery with their indomitable dedication to exploring the unknown. Imagine the leap from rotary phones to smartphones, a revolution that put the world at our fingertips, connecting us instantly across vast distances. The impact of autophagy on medicine could be just as transformative, akin to this quantum leap in communication. Autophagy, the cell's way of cleaning house and recycling its components, holds the potential to revolutionize the treatment of diseases, much like how smartphones have redefined the way we access and share information. In neurodegenerative diseases, for example, enhancing autophagy could become a strategy to clear away the cellular debris that clouds the brain, similar to how a smartphone app efficiently organizes and declutters data. On the flip side, in diseases like cancer, carefully dialing down autophagy may prevent malignant cells from exploiting this survival mechanism, akin to using a smartphone's airplane mode to conserve battery and prevent unwanted communications. Just as the phone in your pocket has evolved into a versatile tool beyond its original purpose, autophagy's role in medicine may extend to numerous therapeutic applications. It's like an app store of treatment options, with each discovery in autophagy offering a new app that could one day manage or cure a plethora of conditions. This burgeoning science, while still in its infancy compared to smartphone technology, could be on the brink of breakthroughs that will redefine healthcare and bring hope to patients worldwide, reaffirming that the most profound advancements often emerge from understanding the simplest of our bodily functions. Let's take a deeper look at the intricate cellular choreography of autophagy and its therapeutic potential, like a maestro directing a complex symphony. Picture the body as an orchestra, where each instrument's harmony contributes to overall health. Autophagy is akin to a skilled conductor, ensuring each section, the cellular organelles and proteins, plays its part perfectly to avoid a discordant tune that could signal disease. In neurodegenerative diseases such as Alzheimer's and Parkinson's, malfunctioning proteins clump together, creating a cacophony of toxicity. Enhancing autophagy here is like fine-tuning the instruments, prompting the conductor to direct a cleanup and allowing the music, neuronal function, to flow smoothly again. ATG proteins are key musicians in this orchestra, with each fulfilling a critical role. For instance, ATG7 acts as a first violinist, initiating the concert of degradation, while the ATG12, ATG5, ATG16L complex works as the percussion section, providing the rhythm for the expansion of the autophagosome, mirroring how drums guide the pace of a song. On the other hand, cancer cells can manipulate this process like cunning impresarios, bending the concert to their will for survival, especially under harsh conditions, akin to a power outage during a performance. Here, inhibiting autophagy might be akin to silencing the rogue elements that threaten the orchestra's integrity. Understanding the signaling pathways such as mTOR, akin to light cues on a stage, that activate or suppress autophagy leads researchers to develop treatments as precise as a finely tuned piano. Just as app developers seek to enhance user experience with each update, scientists aspire to refine therapies that target autophagy, aligning with the body's natural rhythms to restore health. As research progresses, it parallels the technological evolution seen in smartphones, with each discovery marking an upgrade in our biological app store. The hope is for these innovations to culminate in a suite of treatments as diverse and impactful as the multitude of apps at our fingertips, charting the course for a future where managing diseases may be as intuitive as navigating a well-designed user interface. In closing, Chapter 2, Autophagy, Decoding the Cellular Mechanism, one can't help but marvel at the splendor and intricacy of this pivotal cellular process. It's much like reflecting on a masterfully crafted timepiece, where the gears and springs work in silent synchrony, unseen, yet essential to the timepiece's purpose. Autophagy, in its quiet efficiency, sustains life at the most fundamental level, ensuring the body's molecular machinery runs smoothly, clearing away what's no longer needed and recycling it into new beginnings. With every revelation about how autophagy contributes to maintaining cellular balance, stirs a curiosity for what lies ahead, an ember of excitement for the depths still to be explored. One has traversed the fundamentals of the autophagic pathway and unpacked its delicate dance between life and disease, laying a foundation rich with insights and colored with the anticipation of discovery. As the journey into understanding autophagy progresses, there lies the promise of a future where harnessing this knowledge could transform medical therapies and perhaps even the way one thinks about health and longevity. May this beginning stir a fervor for knowledge, an eagerness for the scientific adventure yet to unfold, guiding toward a tomorrow replete with the wisdom to heal and the power to prevent. It is here, between the pages of discovery and at the crossroads of innovation, that autophagy reveals its true potential, a beacon in the endeavor to unravel the tapestry of life itself. Trigger points. What initiates autophagy? Step into the world of cellular mechanics with Chapter 3. Trigger points. What initiates autophagy? Akin to opening the door to a room warmed by a hearth on a frosty day. Just as a home's thermostat senses the drop in temperature and signals the furnace to dispel the cold, a cell's intricate system detects internal and external cues, triggering the autophagy process. This chapter serves as a gentle guide through the complex network of signals that prompt a cell to begin autophagy, a self-cleansing mechanism vital for its survival and health. Here, any intimidating scientific intricacies unfold into an understandable narrative. Just as one wouldn't need to know the electrical engineering behind a thermostat to appreciate the warmth it brings, one need not be well versed in biochemistry to grasp the beauty of autophagy. Delving into this journey, One will learn how the simple act of a cell turning inward, breaking down and reusing its components can have monumental implications for the future of medical science and the treatment of diseases. In a soothing yet precise manner, this chapter reveals the nuances of what sets the cell in motion, be it a dearth of nutrients akin to a pantry running low before a storm, or the presence of damaged proteins similar to the clutter that must be cleared after a gathering. With an informed perspective, but without overbearing complexity, you are invited to embark on an enlightening path to mastering the knowledge of life's microscopic yet profound inner workings. Imagine setting out on a camping trip, backpack loaded with enough supplies for the journey. But as days pass and provisions dwindle, a strategic shift is necessary to continue thriving in the wilderness. Much like a seasoned camper taps into their resourcefulness, rationing what's left and repurposing scraps, our cells, too, have an innate strategy for survival when nutrients are scarce. This strategy is autophagy. In this cellular tale of survival, nutrients are the supplies, and autophagy is the process of recycling. When the cell's pantry runs low, much like a camper's food supply dwindles, the cell doesn't just give up. It takes stock of what's inside, breaks down its own expendable parts, and reuses them to keep vital functions going, just as a skilled camper might fashion fishhooks from twigs or weave a shelter from vines. Autophagy, therefore, is more than a mere cellular phenomenon. It's a testament to life's resilience, mirroring the ingenuity one might find at a campsite under the stars. It's a process showing not just how life sustains itself, but also why adaptation is crucial in both the vastness of nature and the microcosm of our bodies. This clear view into the cell's self-sustenance is not just informative, but also a tribute to the intricate dance between life and its environment, fascinating in its simplicity and elegant in its necessity. Here's the breakdown on the seemingly complex yet fascinating process of autophagy, illustrated with the simplicity of a camping trip. Cellular nutrient sensors. Like a camper's keen awareness of food supplies, cells have mTOR and AMPK that sense nutrient levels. When provisions are low, AMPK is like an alert system, signaling that it's time to conserve and recycle resources. Signaling pathways. The cellular decision to initiate autophagy is regulated much like a map guides a camper to adapt their route when faced with an obstacle. mTOR, acting as a master switch, turns off cell growth when nutrients are scarce, much as a camper saves the remaining fuel when it's time to ration. Autophagosome formation. The autophagosome is akin to a camper's makeshift container gathering what is necessary for recycling. ATG proteins, like various camping tools, collaborate to build this container. ATG13, ATG101, and FIP200, for instance, come together like a rope, stake, and tarp to shape a provisional shelter. Roles of key ATG proteins. ATG9 stockpiles membrane material just as a camper collects wood for the fire. The ATG12, ATG5, ATG16L1 complex assembles the autophagosome, similar to erecting a tent. ATG8/LC3 attaches to cargoes destined for degradation, like a camper tagging items to be used first. Lysosomal fusion and degradation. The confluence of the autophagosome with the lysosome is the moment when repurposing starts, akin to a camper finally starting the fire to cook a meal with gathered supplies. Enzymes in the lysosome break down cellular gear into reusable supplies, the same way leftovers are broken down into a hearty stew. Repurposing cellular components. Damaged mitochondria and excess ribosomes are recycled, just as a smart camper finds new uses for every tool and material at their disposal. These structures are reduced to basic building blocks like amino acids and fatty acids, which are the cell's version of trail mix, repacked energy for another day's journey. By understanding each part of autophagy through this accessible lens, stripping away the dense veil of scientific jargon, the mechanism of autophagy is revealed not just as a crucial biological function, but also as a beautiful example of nature's ingenuity. It highlights a level of resourcefulness within cells that resonates with the wise practices of an experienced camper, both demonstrating the remarkable ability to flourish in challenging environments. In the grand tapestry of community life, a cell's response to stress mirrors how society mobilizes against an environmental crisis. Imagine a town where the air quality has degraded to alarming levels. Just as influential public figures rally the community, using their platform to sound the alarm and spur collective action, a cell troubled by damaging conditions activates a molecular call to arms. Within the cell, autophagy is akin to the cleanup crew, rolled out in response to the alert, systematically restoring order by rounding up the cellular pollutants and repairing the damage, ensuring the town, the body, remains a habitable place for life to thrive. As an environmental advocate inspires change, leading cleanup campaigns, advocating for green solutions, and engaging the public. The cell's intricate response recruits autophagy-related proteins to manage and adapt to the damage, inching towards cellular well-being. It's a balance of preservation and renewal, of mitigating harm while fostering resilience, that echoes in the chambers of local councils as much as in the microscopic halls of our cells. This narrative illuminates not just the processes that safeguard the integrity of life on a cellular scale, but also reflects our own societal endeavors to navigate through crises, showcasing the inherent strength found both in nature and human ingenuity. Here is the breakdown on the myriad of signals and cellular components that coordinate the launch of autophagy, crafted much like a story of a town's united effort to restore the health of their environment. Stress signal detection. Just as a vigilant community member might notice a change in air quality, particular cellular receptors identify when conditions within the cell are less than optimal. Roles of sensor molecules, MTOR, acts like the town hall where decisions about the community's resource allocation are made. It downregulates autophagy when nutrients are plentiful. AMPK, the environmental watchdog AMPK, activates autophagy in response to low energy, much as a community might ramp up recycling initiatives when resources are scarce. Autophagy signaling. Cascade. A series of steps work together seamlessly as the town's response plan unfolds. Initiation. The equivalent of forming an emergency task force, ULK-1 complex, which includes ATG-13, ATG-101, and FIP-200, is assembled and activated. Nucleation. Like gathering volunteers, VPS-34 complex and ATG-9 vesicles coalesce to create the initial structure of the autophagosome. Expansion. The mobilization of efforts is akin to ATG-12, ATG-5, ATG-16L1, and LC3/ATG-8 systems gathering materials, like citizens filling sandbags in preparation for a flood. Autophagosome formation. This emergency center is the focal point where the cleanup will take place, assembling itself around the cellular debris, much like a community center becomes a hub for coordinating a town's restoration efforts. Lysosome fusion and degradation. The merging of the autophagosome with the lysosome is the final and crucial action, where the actual cleanup happens. You can liken it to the moment the collected waste is transformed into something useful, perhaps compost for the community gardens. Outcome of autophagy. The cell's health is restored, just as the vitality of a town rebounds after a successful communal endeavor. This rejuvenation is made possible by the relay of signals and response actions, culminating in a sustained harmonious balance. Drawing these parallels, it becomes easier to visualize how a cell, much like a concerned and proactive community, responds to adversity with calculated and collective actions that uphold life's continuity. Through this allegory, the inner workings of autophagy are not just explained, they're felt and understood as an integral part of a shared existence, highlighting the universal dance between disorder and restoration. Hormonal triggers of autophagy operate much like an intelligent home automation system. Picture walking into a room and the lights brighten to greet you, or the temperature adjusts seamlessly with the rising dawn or setting sun. This is a home with a system designed to respond to the patterns of life within its walls. Similarly, hormones in the body are the quietly aware sensors, detecting shifts in energy and nutrient levels and signaling for autophagy to kick into gear when it's time to conserve and recycle our cellular resources. Just as the automation system conserves energy by dimming lights when rooms are vacant or lowering the thermostat at night, hormones like insulin and glucagon tune the pace of autophagy, dialing it up or down in a rhythmic dance with our body's metabolic state. The elegance of this biological system lies in its tailored response, ensuring that each cellular room maintains its ideal conditions for health and efficiency. This process isn't just a sterile cellular function, it's a testament to the body's profound ability to adapt and self-regulate, a piece of living poetry in the ongoing narrative of life. It's a concept as familiar as the comfort of a well-regulated home and as vital as the body's unspoken promise to look after itself, offering a clear window into the sophisticated yet perfectly natural world within us. Here is the breakdown detailing the intricate hormonal regulation of autophagy, illustrated with the comfort of familiar household technology. Insulin. Like a thermostat, insulin regulates energy usage in the body, signaling for cells to store nutrients and suppress autophagy when levels are high, similar to a heating system shutting off as the room reaches a cozy temperature. Role in autophagy. When insulin levels drop, akin to a drop in room temperature, autophagy is activated to generate heat, or in the cell's case, energy, by meticulously cleaning house and recycling cellular components. Glucagon. This hormone operates as a motion sensor, detecting when the body's energy levels are low, much like a sensor detects a lack of movement and turns the lights off to conserve electricity. Role in autophagy. In response to glucagon, autophagy is ramped up, breaking down energy reserves akin to a home automation system, switching on energy-saving measures during periods of inactivity. mTOR pathway. Acting as the central control panel, mTOR integrates signals from insulin and amino acids, dictating when to pause or proceed with autophagy, as if deciding when to dim the lights or adjust the indoor climate for efficiency and comfort. Role in autophagy. When mTOR is inactive, perhaps due to low insulin or nutrient levels, it's like the control panel enabling away mode, and autophagy starts to recycle cellular furniture, efficiently repurposing components for future use. AMPK. This sensor works like a power gauge, monitoring the body's energy battery level and turning on autophagy to recharge it, much like energy-saving mode kicks in when a device's battery is running low. Role in autophagy. With activated AMPK, cellular energy production is stepped up using the solar panels of autophagy, ensuring the energy keeps flowing even when conventional power lines, food and nutrients are down. Cascade of cellular events. This process unfolds in a choreographed sequence as if following the programming of a smart home to switch from daily to nighttime mode, enlisting various autophagy-related appliances to maintain the homeostatic ambience of the cell. Through these accessible analogies, one can appreciate the complex checks and balances of hormones and their roles in the bodily household. It's a dynamic interplay mirroring the smart home experience, ensuring energy conservation and optimal living conditions on both a cellular level and within a home environment. The dance of autophagy, orchestrated by these hormonal signals, is indeed a remarkable adaptive feature of life, as essential as the comforting predictability of our household routines. Just as a dedicated athlete embarks on a rigorous training regimen, embracing the burn and breathlessness for the sake of improved performance, our cells too rise to the challenge when faced with the stress of exercise. In the gym of life, cells are like tiny muscle fibers, tearing slightly only to rebuild stronger, more efficient versions of themselves. This cellular workout, powered by the biological process of autophagy, sees cells breaking down the old equipment, damaged proteins and organelles, and recycling them into new, functional parts. Picture an athlete refining their skills and physique, optimizing their body to run faster, jump higher, and endure more. Each workout is a calculated stressor, pushing their limits just enough to stimulate growth. Similarly, when we exercise, our cells are pushed out of their comfort zone. They respond by activating autophagy, which acts like a personal training program at the microscopic level, guiding cells through reps of breakdown and renewal. The elegance of this adaptive response is comparable to the expertly tailored training plan of an Olympian, where every sprint and squat is geared towards peak performance. Just as athletes adapt to increasing demands, emerging fitter with each session, our cells adapt to the stress of exercise by becoming more adept at self-maintenance, ensuring the body as a whole emerges stronger, healthier, and more resilient. The marvel lies not only in the mechanism, but in its purpose. Like training, autophagy is a testament to the body's innate drive for excellence. Let's take a deeper look at how our cells rise to the occasion during the stress of a workout, much like an athlete pushing through an intense training session. When muscles contract and burn through their energy reserves, they're not just going through the motions, they signal a cellular crunch time. This is where energetic coaches within our cells, namely AMPK and mTOR proteins, come into play. AMPK, the energy scout. Like a diligent coach who notices when an athlete's energy dips, AMPK senses when cellular energy levels are low, a common occurrence during strenuous exercise when muscles deplete their ATP stores. In response to this energy deficit, AMPK activates, giving the cells a pep talk to initiate autophagy. This is the signal to break down and recycle energy-dense cellular components, similar to an athlete tapping into fat reserves when glycogen is spent. mTOR, the growth supervisor. On the other side, mTOR keeps a close eye on cellular nutrients and growth signals, akin to a coach ensuring the athlete has enough nutrition to build muscle. During exercise, when mTOR detects a lack of growth factors and nutrients, it pauses its regular role in promoting cellular growth and allows autophagy to take center stage, coaching the cell through. A recovery phase. Autophagic process, the cellular regimen. The initial stretch of the autophagy routine involves the assembly of the autophagosome. Think of it as the cell preparing its gym, the membrane-bound structure that encloses the parts to be recycled. Key organelles like worn-out mitochondria, the cell's powerhouses, or excess ribosomes, protein factories, are tagged for this recycling process, incorporating them into the autophagosome like gathering exercise equipment for a drill. Acidic lysosomes, the cellular metabolism boost. Once the autophagosome is loaded with cellular equipment, it fuses with acidic lysosomes. This step can be compared to an athlete mixing a post-workout shake, providing the necessary ingredients for repair and growth. Enzymes within the lysosomes break down the enclosed material, effectively recycling them into amino acids and fatty acids. These are the new building blocks or supplements for cellular repair, maintenance, and energy production. By understanding autophagy through this sports analogy, the complex process of cellular renewal after exercise becomes as vivid and tangible as an athlete's progression. It's a biological adaptation that underscores the body's natural pursuit of peak fitness and longevity, championed by minute-to-minute decisions made within our cellular training grounds. Each step in this intricate process not only supports immediate recovery, but speaks to the remarkable ability of our cells to meet future challenges with increased vigor. Imagine a bustling city during rush hour. The smooth flow of traffic depends heavily on the system of signals and signs. This is akin to how mTOR and AMPK regulate the process of autophagy within cells. mTOR acts like the traffic lights at an intersection, controlling the go and stop of autophagy. Green signals cells to grow and reproduce, red to kickstart the recycling process of autophagy. It essentially tells the cellular vehicles when to move forward and when to take a break for maintenance. In contrast, AMPK works as a fuel gauge and GPS. When a cell's energy is running low, much like a car's gas tank approaching empty, AMPK pings on the radar, altering the route to include a pit stop. It directs the cell to conserve energy and initiates autophagy, rerouting resources to where they're most needed for refueling and repair. When mTOR and AMPK work in harmony, they regulate the traffic of cellular processes with the finesse of an expertly managed control center, ensuring that everything runs smoothly and no unnecessary jams block the path to cellular health and productivity. By understanding their roles, it becomes clear how this regulatory system not only keeps the cellular city functioning, but also adapts it for efficiency and survival, a marvelous reflection of the intelligent systems at work beneath the surface of life. Venture into the world of cellular biology, where mTOR and AMPK reign as traffic controllers in the bustling metropolis of the body's cells. mTOR can be seen as the traffic light at a busy intersection, constantly assessing the flow of cars, nutrients, in the bloodstream. When this light turns green, it's a signal that resources are plenty and the city's growth should surge ahead. Cells respond to this abundance by focusing on synthesis and growth, much like a building boom in a thriving urban landscape. However, when nutrients are in short supply, mTOR flips the light to red, halting the growth signals and diverting energy towards conservation efforts. This scarcity is like a city preparing for a storm, where the focus shifts from expansion to shoring up existing structures. Autophagy is initiated, a cellular version of a recycling program where the cells break down their own components, like a city repurposing old buildings into materials to reinforce against the impending weather. Meanwhile, AMPK surveys the city's energy reservoirs, functioning like an intricate network of fuel sensors and gauges. Sensing when the city's fuel, ATP, is low, AMPK operates like a traffic commander, signaling for reroutes and diversions. This response can be compared to a sophisticated GPS system that offers alternative routes in anticipation of heavy traffic, leading to an efficient utilization of resources. Acting together, mTOR and AMPK maintain the delicate balance between growth and conservation, like twin forces that ensure the city never falls into disrepair nor overextends its reach. Their coordinated responses enable the city, our cells, to thrive, whatever the conditions outside, ensuring health, productivity, and longevity for the whole organism. Through these analogies, the complex roles of mTOR and AMPK unfold into a clear and engaging narrative, translating the language of cellular regulation into the familiar rhythms of city life. Consider the cell as a high-tech fortress, with security systems rivaling the most advanced home protection services. Just as homeowners might install sensors and cameras to guard against intruders, cells equip themselves with a myriad of defenses ready to identify and neutralize unwelcome pathogens. These biological security cameras, the cell's receptors, constantly surveil their surroundings, ever vigilant for the telltale signs of invading viruses or bacteria. When a potential threat is detected, much like an alarm being tripped, the cell initiates a cascade of reactions, at once sounding the alert and mobilizing a rapid response. This is the cell's version of calling in the cavalry, specialized molecules that act like the police dispatched to handle an intruder. Autophagy, for instance, is like a containment protocol that isolates and captures the pathogen, much like a security system that locks down a building's entry points to entrap a trespasser. Additionally, cells can send out distress signals, akin to the emergency call placed to notify authorities, in the form of cytokines and chemokines. These draw in more reinforcements, immune cells programmed to deal with the offenders, whether through direct destruction or support of the cell's internal efforts. Through this analogy, the intricate processes of a cell's defense mechanisms are not just explained, they resonate with the instinctual understanding of protection and safety. It reflects a silent yet potent facet of biological existence that is as fundamental as our own need for a secure home, transforming the abstract complexities of cellular immunology into a concept as clear and comforting as the lock on our front door. Here is the breakdown of the cell's immune defense mechanisms cast in the familiar light of home security systems, pattern recognition receptors, PRRs. Comparable to motion detectors, these sensors are adept at recognizing foreign movements within the cell. PRRs distinguish between the cell's own components and the peculiar patterns of pathogens. Sublist, toll-like receptors, TLRs, act like front door cameras, identifying threats at the cell's perimeter. Nod-like receptors, NLRs, function as interior motion sensors, detecting invaders that have breached cell barriers. Inflammatory response. This is the cell's alarm system, triggered by PRRs when they detect an intruder. Inflammation is akin to a siren that alerts other components of the immune system to jump into action. Sublist. Pro-inflammatory cytokines. These serve as the loudspeaker announcements, informing neighboring cells of potential danger. Autophagy. Think of autophagy as the secure containment room within a high-security building. Once intruders are identified, they are encapsulated and isolated, preventing them from causing further damage. Sublist. Autophagosomes, specialized holding cells that sequester and eventually degrade the unauthorized entities. Cytokines and chemokines. These molecules are the emergency broadcast system, signaling the severity and location of the threat. They recruit and direct immune cells, guiding them to the affected area as swiftly as dispatch sends emergency services in response to a call. Sublist. Interleukins. Like an urgent 911 call, they communicate specific information about the pathogen to other immune cells. Chemokines act as navigational beacons, creating a trail for immune cells to follow directly to the site of infection. This carefully constructed system ensures the cell's well-being, uniting the security components into an efficient network to ward off and neutralize pathogenic intruders. The elegance of this biological security apparatus is revealed through these analogies, underlining the cell's resilience and adaptability, central to maintaining the sanctuary of the body's health. Through our journey, we've mapped the landscape of autophagy triggers, much like charting the hidden wiring that makes smart homes tick. Just as a deeper understanding of electrical circuits paved the way for the automation revolution, so too does recognizing cellular signals herald a new era of medical breakthroughs. Insight into how a cell decides to commence its self-cleansing routine lays the groundwork for therapies that could one day clean up the biological disarray underlying many diseases. By fine-tuning these signals, one might coax cells to discard the clutter contributing to neurodegenerative disorders, or conversely, prevent cancer cells from exploiting this system for their own survival. The potential here is vast, akin to the leap from flipping switches to issuing voice commands that control an entire home. This knowledge invites not just a transient curiosity, but a lasting intrigue, promising a future where mastering cellular signals could recalibrate the very rhythm of life itself to harmonize with the exigencies of health, the impact of autophagy on overall health. Now we come to the world within, where each cell operates in remarkable harmony, mirroring the sophistication seen in the most advanced smart home systems. Here, autophagy plays the steadfast role of a built-in regulator, a system within these biological abodes that meticulously manages clutter and preserves order. Picture this: a smart home equipped with sensors to detect any disorder, programmed to activate cleaning and repair functions autonomously for optimal living conditions. The cellular equivalent, autophagy, is equally intelligent. It carefully monitors cell components, recycles the worn-out, and renews what's essential, preventing the cascade of disarray that can lead to diseases. Understanding autophagy is akin to grasping how temperature controls or automated lighting work to conserve energy and sustain comfort. Ingenious, yet elegantly simple. Step by step, uncover how this natural process delicately weaves the thread of vitality throughout the tapestry of life, patching vulnerabilities before they manifest. No need for intricate jargon here. Straightforward clarity will reveal how the seamless operation of autophagy underpins the health of every living being. Join in to explore how this hidden yet profound mechanism is crucial to sustaining life's complexity, ensuring not just survival, but flourishing vitality. Venture into the cellular realm and find a bustling gymnasium, not of treadmills and weights, but of intricate biological machinery where autophagy is the personal trainer. Each cell component engages in a rejuvenating workout, shedding its old, weary parts and emerging refreshed and robust, much like an athlete breaking a sweat, pushing for that satisfying post-exercise euphoria. Autophagy targets cellular fatigue, carefully dismantling the dysfunctional bits like outdated gym equipment and recycling them into fuel and building blocks for the cell, paralleling how an athlete utilizes rest and nutrition to recover and strengthen. In this microscopic gym, you won't hear clanking weights or the thud of running feet, but a harmonious symphony of cellular repair. Here, the muscles don't just grow, they are remodeled, repaired, and renewed. Autophagy, our intelligent and meticulous cellular coach, knows precisely when to initiate this crucial workout and when to tuck the cells into regeneration mode, ensuring each part works cohesively towards the well-being of the entire body. Through this lens, grasp the captivating dance of life and health, where the seemingly small act of cell maintenance scales up to athletic victories in the grand arena of human health. Here is the breakdown of the autophagy workout regime that cells utilize to keep themselves in top condition, closely mirroring the meticulous steps an athlete takes from training to recovery. Initiation of autophagy. Think of this as the warm-up phase for cells, where metabolic signals prime the system for the upcoming activity. A kinase complex, including ULK1, much like a coach blowing the whistle for the start of the training, gets everything in motion. Sublist. M2RC1, a master regulator akin to the gym's manager who assesses if conditions are right for the workout. When nutrients are low, M2RC1 steps aside. ULK1 complex, the squad of trainers ready to face the day's challenge, comprising kinases such as ULK1 itself, FIP200, and ATG13. Elongation of autophagosomes. This step is the intense middle of the workout, where the cell rounds up its exercise gear or damaged components. Akin to a trainer picking out the right equipment, ATG proteins are essential for building autophagosomes, the vesicles that engulf cellular debris. Sublist, Biclin-1 complex. This acts like the gym assistant organizing equipment for different exercise stations. ATG9. The courier delivering lipid molecules to expand the autophagosome, similar to how a hydration system works during strenuous parts of a workout. Maturation and fusion with lysosomes. Consider this as the cool-down and recovery phase where actual refurbishing takes place. The autophagosomes merge with lysosomes, akin to a restoration session where all the heavy lifting turns into muscle growth. Only here, it translates into degradation and recycling of cellular material. Sublist, lysosomal enzymes, the team of physiotherapists and nutritionists that help break down the workout waste, turning it into building blocks for new proteins and sources of energy. Snare. Proteins, much like the connections between different pieces of training equipment, they facilitate the fusion of the autophagosome with the lysosome. By comparing autophagy to a structured and purposeful exercise cycle, it becomes evident how this internal process is essential for cellular health, echoing the disciplined yet rewarding path to athletic excellence. It's a beautiful biological orchestration that upholds the vibrance of life, turning potential damage into renewed vitality, much as the proper balance of exertion and nourishment fosters an athlete's peak performance. In the tapestry of wellness maintenance, imagine autophagy as the smart diagnostic system of a car diligently working behind the dash. Just like a driver who keeps an eye on the subtlest warning lights or listens for the faintest out-of-place noise, a health-conscious person takes proactive steps to stay ahead of any wellness dips. Autophagy is that vigilant mechanic within our cells, preemptively addressing minor issues before they escalate into significant problems. It sweeps through the cellular highways, identifying worn-out parts and removing potential threats, analogous to a car service that replaces frayed belts or tops off low fluids during a routine check to forestall any chance of a breakdown. With a well-tuned autophagic response, the body, much like a finely maintained vehicle, is less prone to the wear and tear that can lead to more extensive repairs down the road. This cellular attentiveness mirrors the care one takes to lead a lifestyle that wards off ill health, ensuring both machines and bodies run smoothly, efficiently, and with longevity in mind. Here is the breakdown of the autophagy process, reimagined as the meticulous upkeep performed by a mechanic in a state-of-the-art auto shop. Sensor detection. Just as pressure gauges and fluid monitors detect the first signs of wear in a car, cellular sensors such as AMPK and mTOR assess energy levels and nutrient availability, flagging when it's time for autophagy to kick in. Sublist. AMPK, the energy monitor, it alerts the cell to low fuel, much like a fuel gauge signals a near-empty tank. mTOR, the growth regulator, acting like a car's onboard computer, calling off the growth build mode when resources are scarce. Initiation of autophagy. This stage is like the mechanic's assessment, where the cell decides which parts need servicing. The ULK1 complex initiates the autophagy process, similar to diagnostic tools identifying which components are due for repair or replacement. Sublist, ULK1, the master signaling tool, akin to a diagnostic scanner, initiating the breakdown process. ATG13 and FIP200. Assistance to ULK1, they're the wrench and jack lifting the vehicle and preparing for component inspection. Elongation of the autophagosome. In this phase, like ordering parts for a car, autophagosomes begin to form and expand by gathering the necessary materials orchestrated by molecules such as the Baclin-1 complex and ATG9. Sublist. Baclin-1, the foreman directing the assembly, coordinating the delivery of the new parts, lipid molecules. ATG9, the parts deliverer, providing the membranes that will form the autophagosome. Fusion and degradation, the climax of repair akin to removing and refurbishing car parts, where the autophagosome fuses with the lysosome. It's the equivalent of a mechanic's specialized tools and equipment that restore parts to their functional state. Sublist. Lysosome, the final workstation where the detailed restoration work happens. Enzymes within act as precision instruments, dismantling old components at the molecular level. Lysosomal enzymes, the array of tools, from wrenches to software, dissecting the cellular debris into reusable raw materials. Recycling, the gathered materials are then reprocessed and made available for new cell structures, similar to how some car parts can be recycled for future use. Sublist. Amino acids and fatty acids, the refurbished spare parts that are employed to build or repair other cell structures, analogous to recycled components used in different vehicle systems. This enhanced understanding of autophagy, framed within the familiar setting of a car maintenance workshop, spotlights the elegance of this intrinsic cellular process and how it contributes to the body's well-being, just as regular car servicing ensures a smooth and reliable drive. In the landscape of medical research, scientists harness the process of autophagy to create innovative disease therapies, much like tech developers craft apps to optimize smart home systems. These researchers, driven by precision and a deep understanding of cellular mechanics, seek to tweak the autophagy pathway to enhance cellular cleanup and recycling. This effort can be equated to programming a smart home app designed to fine-tune energy efficiency or to automate repairs when system flaws are detected. Consider the way a smart thermostat learns to regulate home temperature for both comfort and energy conservation. Similarly, scientists aim to regulate the autophagic pathways to strike a balance between removing damaged cell components and promoting cell survival, thereby improving patient health outcomes in conditions like cancer or neurodegeneration. By adjusting the cellular settings, much like updating an app's code, autophagy can be more precisely controlled to treat diseases with a level of sophistication previously unattainable. This nuanced approach demands both clarity and complexity, acknowledging the delicate interplay between various molecular signals and their larger impact on health. The ingenuity lies in not only understanding these signals, but also in manipulating them to our advantage, highlighting a path forward where technology meets biology in the quest to heal. Let's take a deeper look at the sophisticated world of biomedical research, where the modulation of autophagy is akin to the detailed programming behind smart home applications. Scientists, in their quest to tailor treatments, pinpoint and adjust vital components of the autophagy pathway, just as developers fine-tune code to ensure applications not only run smoothly, but also handle errors and anomalies with precision. Targeting mTRC. 1. Much as a developer tweaks an app's core functionality for better performance, researchers target mTRC1, a chief regulator that can switch autophagy on or off, akin to a main power button. By modulating METRK1 activity with drugs, they encourage cells to ramp up their internal cleanup, potentially clearing out malformed proteins associated with diseases like Alzheimer's. Harnessing AMPK, picture a smart thermostat that's been recalibrated for energy savings. That's AMPK in the cellular context. Scientists stimulate AMPK when energy is low to encourage autophagy, clearing damaged cell hardware, just as systematic software updates remove digital bugs and glitches. Manipulating BCLIN1. Just like tweaking an algorithm to enhance a software app's responsiveness, influencing BCLIN1 activity fine-tunes the autophagic response. Researchers explore the interactions between BCLIN1 and other molecules to promote the recycling of cellular components, aiding in defense against infections or in starving cancer cells. Exploiting autophagy genes, ATGs. Similar to adding new features to an app, activating specific ATGs can introduce enhanced features to the cell's autophagy routine. Strategically, this could mean more efficient recycling of cellular components or selective breakdown of damaged organelles implicated in diseases. Through these mechanisms, we observe medical science's intricate modulation of autophagy, revealing parallels to the precision engineering and technology. By delving into this microscopic world, we understand how tiny adjustments can lead to monumental shifts in cellular health, all reflecting the enchanting smart system inside our bodies that tirelessly works for our well-being. This narrative unfolds the complex tale of autophagy in a way that's as relatable as the latest app update on your smartphone. A blend of innovation and care that's leading to the next breakthroughs in disease treatment and health maintenance. Consider the last time your smart home received a software update. Suddenly, the lights adjusted to your mood with smoother transitions, and the security system became more intuitive. This isn't just about new features, it's about an enhanced experience stemming from deep within the code. Genetic discoveries in autophagy work similarly. Each breakthrough is like a fresh software patch, updating our biological understanding of how cells cleanse and renew themselves. Genes function as the foundational code directing autophagy, just like the operating system instructs a smart home. When scientists uncover a new gene linked to this process, it's as if they found a hidden command that could optimize energy use or amplify the device's performance. This knowledge equips us to tweak the genetic settings, potentially fine-tuning the body's response to cellular damage or stress, much like calibrating sensors to better detect intruders. In essence, these genetic insights deepen our grasp of autophagy's intricate dance, a choreography pivotal to health and longevity. Much like software updates, maintain the harmony within your high-tech refuge. Understanding and manipulating this complex biological software promises improved strategies for well-being, akin to the constant enhancements that make our living spaces increasingly efficient and responsive to our needs. Dive right into the nuts and bolts of the autophagy process with a keen eye on genetics, where every gene plays a crucial role, akin to how individual lines of code determine the functionality of smart home software. Just as an update can introduce features or fixes to a suite of apps, genetic discoveries can pinpoint specific genes that either boost or hinder the cell's autophagic response. At the heart of it all is the BCLIN1 gene. Picture it as the software kernel, the core code that mediates numerous autophagy operations. Altering BCLIN1 intentionally or by mutation is like tweaking that kernel. This can increase the cell's proficiency in self-cleanup or conversely lead to system glitches, much like a software bug. Another notable player is the ATG7 gene. Think of ATG7 as a crucial utility plugin for a smart device, essential for adding new functions. If this gene experiences issues, the autophagy process may falter, similar to your smart thermostat losing the ability to schedule temperature changes when the code isn't up to par. The balance between genes like mTOR and AMPK resembles the software duality between performance and energy-saving modes. These genes switch the autophagic process on and off, managing the cellular workload and resource allocation. Picture them as firmware settings that control a smart light's brightness and color temperature to optimize for either ambience or energy conservation. Adjusting each gene or protein within the autophagy process must be done with care, just as developers update smart appliances, incrementally and with rigorous testing. Each change has potential ripple effects, so just as an app patch aims to enhance the user experience without introducing errors, therapeutic genetic interventions strive to correct or enhance autophagic functions without off-target consequences. In sum, the genetic orchestration of autophagy showcases an extraordinary interplay of biological commands and regulations, a symphony of life where even the smallest genetic variation can be equivalent to a software patch capable of systemic transformation for good or ill. Understanding and navigating this complex genetic framework is a journey of continual discovery, echoing the perpetual cycle of software development in pursuit of flawless functionality. Imagine your body as a house that you're striving to make as green and energy efficient as possible. The lifestyle choices you make are like the habits you adopt to nurture this eco-friendly home. Just as you might switch to LED bulbs to save on electricity, practicing intermittent fasting can flick on the switch to activate autophagy, helping your cells to become more energy efficient by recycling waste. Engaging in regular physical exercise is akin to installing solar panels on your roof. It's an upfront effort that pays dividends in the long run, boosting autophagy for optimal energy use and ensuring your cellular processes stay as sharp and efficient as a home running on renewable energy. And let's not forget the importance of sleep. Think of it as the nightly downtime your smart home needs to process the day's data, rest its circuits, and renew its energy, much like your cells consolidate and rejuvenate through autophagy. Each action, each routine you establish in your daily life to foster well-being mirrors the tweaks and upgrades you make to your living space to ensure it remains a safe, healthy, and sustainable environment. Autophagy thrives under such conditions, a splendid biological parallel to the serene, humming efficiency of a smart, eco-conscious home. Through the lens of this analogy, the significance of lifestyle choices in modulating this vital cellular process becomes both clearly illustrated and deeply compelling. Here's the breakdown of how lifestyle choices like fasting, exercise, and sleep can fine-tune our body's internal workings, similar to how eco-friendly home upgrades enhance a house's functionality. Fasting and autophagy. Think of fasting as switching off the main power to undertake essential maintenance. This action activates the AMPK pathway and inhibits the mTOR pathway, signaling for autophagy to begin, much as shutting off electricity might prompt systems to reset optimally. Sublist. AMPK activation, like a smart thermostat adapting to energy conservation mode during off-peak hours. mTOR inhibition, equivalent to temporarily powering down high-energy devices for system upgrades. Exercise and autophagy. Vigorous exercise is like installing solar panels. It's an initial investment that reaps long-term energy production. Muscle activity during exercise stimulates autophagy, cleaning cells to keep them running efficiently. Sublist, BDNF release, facilitates the upregulation of autophagy, akin to a solar inverter optimizing energy distribution. ULK 1. Kinas. Jumpstarts the autophagic process, much like flicking the switch to turn on newly installed renewable technology. Sleep and autophagy. Quality sleep is as crucial to cells as nightly software updates are to your smart home's operating system. During sleep, autophagic activity increases, allowing cells to repair and refresh, akin to an automatic nighttime tune-up of your home's systems. Sublist. Growth hormone release. Boosts autophagy much like an overnight refresh patch that rolls out system optimizations. Circadian rhythms dictate the ebbs and flows of autophagy in a syncopated dance like a smart home scheduling system choreographing energy usage. Each of these actions, fasting, exercising, sleeping, trigger a cascade of biochemical responses connected to autophagy, just as strategic improvements to a house enhance its operational efficiency. By exploring these practices at a microscopic level, one uncovers the complex biochemical interplay that keeps our cells at their peak, illustrating the remarkable parallels between our lifestyle choices and the high-tech systems we engineer in the pursuit of sustainability. Just as artificial intelligence has become the maestro behind the seamless symphony of home automation, autophagy research stands on the brink of a transformative era in medicine. Envision a world where our understanding of these cellular processes enables us to tap into the body's natural mechanisms of self-repair and renewal, much like how AI integrates with smart technology to learn from our habits and cater to our needs. Research into autophagy unlocks the potential for breakthrough treatments, where diseases like Alzheimer's and cancer might one day be managed as simply as our smart devices handle weekly grocery lists or adjust indoor temperatures. It's the possibility of tailoring cell behavior to heal from within, leveraging a system that's already an integral part of our biology. This exploration isn't just tinkering with the unknown. It's about fine-tuning our internal machinery for peak performance, a future where medicine could be as personalized and proactive as a virtual home assistant that anticipates our preferences. Embarking on this journey of discovery, we could very well be stepping into an age where health is not just preserved, but also enhanced, ushering in a new standard of living full of vitality and resilience. Let's take a deeper look at the landscape of autophagy research and understand how it might revolutionize medicine, very much like upgrading a smartphone's OS to elegantly streamline your day. At the core of autophagy research is the discovery of how cells can be coaxed into performing a spring cleaning, removing defective parts that could lead to malfunctions, akin to how a software update removes bugs to keep your phone running smoothly. Key cellular players. Autophagic pathways involve proteins such as BCLIN1 and enzymes like ATG7. Their roles in initiating and executing the autophagy process can be compared to the essential functions of a phone's battery or screen. It's critical they work properly for the whole system to function. Target diseases. Conditions such as Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, and even certain types of cancer have been linked to disrupted autophagy. Adjusting this pathway could reset the system much like rebooting a frozen device, aiming to restore it to full health. Therapeutic strategies. Drug development focusing on activating or inhibiting autophagy resembles app developers tweaking code. They test various versions of compounds that can fine-tune these processes, which is not unlike rolling out beta versions of an app to select users for real-world testing. Clinical and experimental approaches. Early-stage laboratory work on autophagy modulation mirrors the proof-of-concept phase in AI development, solidifying the foundation before scaling up. Advancing to clinical trials is akin to deploying AI in the real world. Beyond the safety of the development environment, analyzing how well these potential therapies work in diverse and complex situations. Pharmaceutical development, from R&D to FDA approval, developing medicines for autophagy, resembles the meticulous steps in refining AI, from algorithm design to user interface. Each phase is crucial, ensuring the drug is not only effective but also safe and user-friendly, paralleling how AI must be intuitive and reliable for end users. Imagine these advances in autophagy akin to each software update that brings new features while improving your gadget's security and performance. This pioneering work in cellular biology hopes to introduce upgrades to the human body, aiming for a future where diseases might be managed with the same ease as scheduling a smart thermostat or ordering groceries through a virtual assistant, efficiency and well-being at the touch of a button. Chapter 4 maps the world of autophagy and its profound impact on health, threading the needle between intricate cellular mechanisms and the expansive fabric of medical progress. It's a story that starts at the microscopic level, with how cells meticulously recycle their components to explore its monumental potential in treating formidable diseases. Each protein, each signaling pathway involved in autophagy is a finely tuned gear in the intricate machinery of our biology, working together to keep the grand ecosystem of the body in balance. As smart technology has reshaped living spaces with devices that adapt and respond to our needs, so too does the knowledge of autophagy hold the promise of reshaping medicine. It offers a vision where therapies are not reactive but proactive. Treatments are fine-tuned to the individual's cellular health, much like smart thermostats learn and adapt to the homeowner's patterns. This chapter illuminates these concepts, distilling complexity into clarity, drawing you into a narrative that reveals why each detail matters, not just for technical understanding, but for its potential to revolutionize well-being. With pioneering research as our guide, it lays out a path to a future where enhancing cellular health could be as integral to our daily routine as setting a smart alarm for the morning. A future where health is not only maintained, but invigorated, driven by the power of our own cells. Autophagy. In action, real-world analogies. Join me in the living room of biology, where the process of autophagy mirrors the familiar routine of refreshing one's own cherished living space. It's as if each cell in the body is a mini homestead, undertaking regular deep cleans, recycling old furniture, and refurbishing itself to maintain a pristine, functional state. Picture standing in the midst of a room, decluttering with purpose, selecting which items to keep, which to repair, and which to repurpose. This is the daily diligence of autophagy, our cellular janitor, neatly packaging away debris, restoring order, and preparing for the fresh challenges of a new day. As you circle the room, checking off tasks and methodically restoring tranquility, a similar dance of discipline and rejuvenation unfolds within. Far from a casual sweep, autophagy is a systematic and precise operation, as crucial to the wellness of the cell as a clean and organized home is to personal tranquility. Follow along, step by step, and discover how this natural yet elaborate routine is a cornerstone of health, holding the keys to understanding how our bodies conquer the wear and tear of time and stress. Imagine standing before a cluttered garage, where each item has a history and a purpose, yet together they create a chaos that needs taming. This is much like the process of autophagy, a sequence of clear, ordered steps our cells use to clean house. First comes the decision to declutter, akin to the cell's initiation signal. It's deciding that now is the time to organize, identifying which parts are old, damaged, or simply in the way. Then, one embarks on the actual sorting. In autophagy, This is the elongation phase, where various elements known as autophagosomes form around the cellular clutter. Visualize placing items into boxes labeled keep, fix, or recycle. Each box is carefully packed, ensuring nothing useful goes to waste, everything is categorized, and the unnecessary is set aside. The final act takes everything unwanted and disposes of it, much like feeding items into a compactor or shredder, which mirrors the degradation aspect of autophagy. It's the culminating step where the cell breaks down the accumulated waste into basic components, recyclable bits that can be used anew. Through these steps, order is restored, and the garage, now clear, functional, and efficient, reflects a restored cellular environment post-autophagy. This orderly breakdown and repurposing are essential for health, just as a tidy, well-organized garage is essential for finding tools quickly and getting work done efficiently. With each sorted item and each recycled molecule, there lies a testament to the beauty of order within the microscopic and human-made worlds alike. Step back into the cluttered garage analogy, but this time with a keen eye on the specific signals that get the cleanup started. In the realm of cells, autophagy doesn't kick in randomly. It's a response to clear distress signals like nutrient scarcity or the presence of damaged proteins and organelles, the cellular equivalent of realizing there's no room to park the car because old, broken items are taking up space. This realization in cells triggers a cascade of molecular events, starting with the activation of a protein called AMPK. It's like the body's energy monitor flashing a warning light when power levels dip too low. AMPK then nudges the cell into conservation mode, activating autophagy pathways, much like one might start a backup generator during a power outage. At the same time, another process, the mTOR pathway, usually busy promoting growth when resources are plentiful, is put on hold, akin to postponing a garage expansion when resources are tight. Once the autophagic machinery is in motion, it's a matter of selection. Specific proteins flag the broken and excess parts, marking them for disposal. They're like the stickers one might put on objects during a major clear-out, ensuring nothing of value gets thrown away. After the cleaning phase comes the reuse phase, where the cell displays its thrifty nature. The broken-down cellular material is not simply discarded, it's broken into its building blocks, amino acids, fatty acids, and sugars. Think of these as the spare screws, nuts, and bolts sorted during a garage tidy-up, ready to be reassembled into something useful. It's the ultimate in recycling, taking what would be cellular trash and turning it into treasure. By understanding these triggers and processes in autophagy, the picture becomes clearer. This isn't just a cleanup, it's a rejuvenation. Each salvaged molecule is a renewed resource, each cleared space a potential site for new growth and function. Much as a well-organized garage becomes a place of creativity and productivity, a cell refreshed through autophagy is primed for health and vitality. Imagine your body as a home in a bustling neighborhood. Here, autophagy plays the role of the eco-conscious homeowner, diligently ensuring everything runs smoothly. Every bite of a balanced meal, each hour of restful sleep, and every burst of physical activity acts like a tune-up that keeps the body's engine purring. These routines help rev up the autophagic process, much as recycling and composting enhance the health of our environment. Just as turning off lights conserves energy, fasting intermittently gives our cellular machinery a break, allowing for the repair and recycling that's crucial to our cells' longevity. In these daily practices, we find the equivalent of a life-sized maintenance routine, contributing to a body that's not just surviving the rigors of life, but thriving through them. It's the harmonious balance of life's choices that sustains the lustrous glow of well-being, a reflection of the wisdom in taking care of both our personal environment and ourselves. Picture this. In the world of cellular biology, Autophagy mirrors the decluttering guru Marie Kondo's mantra of joy, sparked by tidiness and Deepak Chopra's holistic approach to wellness. Just as Kondo teaches to cherish items that serve a purpose and bid farewell to those that don't, autophagy selectively cleans out cells, graciously thanking old and damaged components before letting them go. It's this precise, thoughtful elimination that keeps our cells sparking joy, unburdened by unnecessary accumulation, much like a tidy room uplifts the spirit. Deepak Chopra's philosophy imbues well-being with the notion of balance and unity of the body and mind. Similarly, autophagy is all about balance, ensuring that protein synthesis and degradation are in harmony. This delicate equilibrium is akin to Chopra's mindfulness meditation. It's a reset for the cell, providing space for reflection and rejuvenation. In bridging these ideas, one sees how autophagy resonates with the broader public teachings. It's a process of cellular mindfulness and joyous renewal. It holds a conversation between the world we see and one too small to observe, yet just as profoundly affected by the principles of order and equilibrium. Through this lens, the profundity of autophagy becomes as relatable as the wisdom imparted by these influential figures, providing insight into how we might nurture our bodies with the same intentionality with which we organize our homes and cultivate inner peace. Here is the breakdown of autophagy, detailed like the intricate steps of a masterful organizational strategy inspired by Marie Kondo and the holistic wellness vision of Deepak Chopra. Recognition of cellular clutter. Just as Marie Kondo helps declutter a home by identifying items that no longer spark joy, cellular proteins, such as P62/SQESTM1 act as the discerning consultants tagging worn-out components for removal. Sublist P62/SQSTM1. Like a label maker, this protein tags what needs to go. Ubiquitin. Consider this the sticky note that marks the cell's unwanted items, signaling they're ready for discarding. Initiation of autophagy. Reflecting Chopra's principles of initiating change, the ULK1 complex starts autophagy, akin to making a conscious choice to improve one's environment or lifestyle. Sublist ULK1 complex, the green light of cell cleanup, signaling the beginning of the autophagy process. AMPK. This enzyme activates autophagy in response to energy stress, similar to installing a smart meter that signals when to conserve energy. Autophagosome. Formation. In line with Kondo's techniques for sorting and storing items, the Beclean 1VPS34 complex orchestrates the gathering of cellular material to be recycled, as if meticulously folding clothes and placing them into the right compartments. Sublist Beclean 1VPS34 complex, comparable to a set of storage boxes, collecting all that needs to be organized. LC3. This protein is like bubble wrap, ensuring the items are securely packaged for transport. Fusion with lysosomes. Echoing Chopra's vision of transformation and renewal, the autophagosomes fuse with lysosomes, where the cellular waste is broken down, similar to a transformative moment of self-care that rejuvenates the spirit. Sublist, lysosome, think of it as the calm oasis where remodeling takes place, transforming clutter into clarity. Lysosomal enzymes, the skilled artisans who work to repurpose the materials into something beneficial. Recycling of cellular treasures. As Kondo finds joy in giving items new life, the cell finds valuable resources in the breakdown products of autophagy, reutilizing them like a well-loved piece of furniture that's been upcycled. Sublist. Amino acids and fatty acids. These are the newfound treasures, ready to be reworked into new cellular structures, just as cherished belongings are rehomed to bring joy elsewhere. Through these analogies, the elegance of autophagy unfolds, revealing not just a process of cellular maintenance, but a reflection of the philosophies that shape a balanced and mindful life. It's an affirmation that within our biology lies a system harmonized with ideals we strive for in our day-to-day existence, transcending the boundaries of the cell and resonating with the universal pursuit of order and well-being. Just as a weekend retreat allows you to step back, reflect, and emerge rejuvenated, fasting acts as a retreat for your cells, prompting the rejuvenating process of autophagy. When you fast, it's like sending your cellular workforce on a short holiday, the usual hustle of breaking down food halts. In this lull, the cells seize the moment to clean house, repair damaged structures, and restore their innate efficiency. Imagine autophagy as the deep breath you take before diving into spring cleaning. It's a quiet moment of preparation that leads to a burst of productive activity. It helps remove the old furniture that's been clogging your living space, making room for fresh decor that revitalizes your surroundings. This parallel highlights not just the biological significance, but also the personal relevance of autophagy. It's a reminder that just as we benefit from pausing and resetting our lives to maintain clarity and purpose, our cells derive similar rejuvenation from a pause in their routine, resetting their inner world to sustain our health. Let's take a deeper look at the rejuvenating voyage our cells embark on during autophagy, with an analogy that's close to home, a weekend retreat designed to reset and refresh. Just as you might step away from the world to calm the mind and body, cells enter autophagy, a peaceful state where the usual buzz of metabolic activity takes a back seat, allowing for internal reflection and cleanup. When we choose to fast, it's like flipping the "Do Not Disturb" sign on a hotel door. The body then scales down the production of insulin, and with lower insulin levels, a shift occurs, akin to changing from the daily grind to a more serene pace of a retreat. This hormonal whisper cues an ensemble of cellular pathways to dial down, allowing an energy-sensing protein kinase known as AMPK to come into the spotlight and initiate autophagy. Picture AMPK like a wise retreat leader who recognizes when it's time for the group to begin introspection, or in cellular terms, when to start the autophagy process. AMPK then guides the cells to form autophagosomes, which are like the bags we pack with what no longer serves us, damaged proteins and organelles. These autophagosomes then fuse with lysosomes. Think of these as recycling centers where the contents of your packed bags are sorted, broken down, and readied for a new purpose. The resulting molecules, amino acids and lipids, are like souvenirs that the cells repurpose, using them for energy or as building blocks for new cellular components. This whole process, much like a weekend retreat, allows for the restoration of mental clarity. In the case of cells, it leads to the renovation and reinvigoration of cellular function. It's a detailed and delicate operation, vital for both the prevention of diseases such as cancer and neurodegeneration and the promotion of longevity. With this deeper understanding, we see how autophagy isn't just a cellular cleanup, it's a strategic renewal of the body's inner workings, akin to the rejuvenation we seek through our own restful moments and mindful practices. As we close the chapter on autophagy, it's clear that the future of healthcare holds as much promise as the dawn of smart home automation. Just as artificial intelligence smoothly integrates into our daily lives, making our homes more responsive and energy efficient, so too could autophagy research lead to medical breakthroughs that fine-tune the body's own mechanisms for health. It's an exciting time where discoveries in the lab translate to new therapies that might one day reset our cells as simply and effectively as we reset our thermostats. Understanding autophagy at this level is like peeling back the curtain on a biochemical orchestra, each player, each note contributing to the magnificent symphony of life. So, as we step forward into tomorrow, let's carry with us the appreciation for science's meticulous pursuit of knowledge, the hope for cures and sustained well-being, and the vision for a healthier world, a vision as vibrant and vivid as the most intelligently designed smart home, echoing with the rhythm of human ingenuity and perseverance. Nutritional influence on autophagy. It's time to look inside the world of autophagy, where the intricacies of our cells' well-being intertwine with the everyday choices made at the dining table. Here, in this chapter, we warmly welcome you to a journey of understanding, a path that reveals how the wisps of steam rising from a morning cup of tea or the crunch of a fresh salad leaf resonate on a cellular level. Each morsel of food, each sip of beverage, comes to life as a potential regulator of autophagy, the body's very own renewal and recycling program. Just as a meticulously planned menu can transform a simple meal into a nourishing experience, the diet we follow can quietly shape the delicate balance of cellular health. This isn't merely about the calories consumed, it's about understanding how specific nutrients, or their absence, can be the gentle nudge our cells require to initiate maintenance or a comprehensive overhaul. With careful, relatable explanation, the mystery of this cellular process unfolds much like a well-laid table setting, piece by piece, element by element, until the full picture emerges in clarity. This isn't a deep dive into inaccessible science. Instead, it's a shared exploration of a biology that's as relevant to our health as the refreshing air of a clear morning or the comforting warmth of the afternoon sun. It's a conversation, not a lecture, as we together unwrap the intricacies of how what we eat not only fuels our day, but also sustains our very essence. Sit down to a table of varied nutrition, and there, among the vibrant vegetables, lean proteins, and whole grains, lies a story of cellular vitality. Each nutrient plays a distinct role in the story of autophagy. Proteins, those robust bricks of muscle and metabolism, can sometimes signal for a pause in this cleanup process when they're abundant. Imagine a protein-rich meal as a bustling city, full of activity and growth, where taking a break for maintenance isn't always an option. Carbohydrates, the energetic sprinters providing quick fuel, have a similar effect when they are plentiful. The presence of sugars can create a signal, much like a traffic light on a busy road, asking the autophagic processes to stop and give way to energy production instead. Fats have their own narrative, especially the unsaturated kinds that can, in moderation, help the wheels of autophagy turn smoothly. Picture these fats as a kind of lubricant for the gears of a clock, ensuring time, our metabolism, marches on without a hitch. However, when these nutrients are scarce, like a quiet moment in the dead of night, autophagy finds its rhythm. The cells start their maintenance work, taking the opportunity to clean up and recycle, just as a night crew might repair roads or tidy up streets for the bustle of the day. Ahead. Understanding this biochemical impact, the ebb and flow of nutrients influencing autophagy, is as essential as knowing the components of a balanced meal. It's about harmony, about feeding the cells, not just to sustain the physical frame, but to care for the intricate machinery within. It's a journey through the landscape of nutrition with a mindful appreciation for the nutrients that are not merely sustenance, but signals that dictate the very functionality of life at the cellular level. In the intricate ballet of cellular functions, nutrients act as both fuel and directors of the biological rhythms that keep us alive. When we feast on proteins, these robust molecules march into our cells, signaling fullness, alerting a complex known as meteor, a kind of master switch operator that, when flicked on, tells the cell there's no need for internal cleanup, as resources are plentiful. It's like a city during a festival. The focus is on the celebration, not on the repair work that might cause disruptions. Carbohydrates, especially the sugars, are like the quick-footed messengers racing through the city streets with news that influences the mTOR signal. If the city is buzzing, replete with energy and activity, the roads are clear for the messengers to speed through, ensuring the continuation of growth and energy production, thus pausing the need for cellular autophagy. Fats, however, tell a tale of two cities. Saturated fats, the kind we indulge in through butter-laden baking or decadent meats, can gum up the works, confusing the messengers. But unsaturated fats, the ones we applaud in olive oils and nut butters, are more like slick bicycles for our messenger molecules, helping them maintain the city's workflows without a hitch, and sometimes even promoting autophagy, allowing for that vital cleanup to occur. Then there's the interplay of scarcity. When the nutrients are less available, akin to a quiet period in the city's buzz, the cellular landscape changes. AMPK, a sensor of energy like a city's power grid monitor, rises to action. In low-energy states, it kicks the autophagy process into gear, eliminating the old and damaged and recycling what can be used, much as a city might repurpose old buildings into vibrant new spaces for the community. This dance of nutrients, with mTOR and AMPK playing pivotal roles, demonstrates how our bodies navigate the complex terrain of metabolism and maintenance. Recognizing how each nutrient we consume might alter this delicate balance is key to understanding how diet influences our overall well-being, guiding us in making choices that align with our body's sustainable, vibrant inner city life. Embark on a cross-country road trip in a well-loved car. The journey is long, and the landscapes are ever-changing. The same goes for the journey of fasting, a practice as varied as the roads one might take. There's intermittent fasting, reminiscent of those short rest stops, quick breaks to refuel and stretch, giving the body just enough of a pause to reinvigorate its systems, much like a car cooling its engine and limbering up for the miles ahead. Then, picture a more extended pit stop, maybe at a roadside motel, akin to a 24-hour fast. The break is substantial, offering a moment of complete rest and recovery. During this time, much like allowing a car to undergo minor repairs, the body delves deep into its maintenance mode, cleaning out the cellular debris and revitalizing for the journey ahead. And then there's the longer stay, the periodic fasting, like a weekend getaway tucked in the middle of a road trip. It's the kind of pause that lets the car stay in the garage a little longer for a more thorough tune-up, where deeper repairs are made. Similarly, a longer fasting period gives the body a chance to not just clean up, but also to regenerate and maybe even address more profound aspects of wear and tear. These pauses, these moments away from the constant feed, allow both car and body to recharge in ways that mere continuous operation or driving cannot afford. They revitalize, restore, and crucially, offer perspectives that only come when the engine is off, and the stillness allows one to see the beauty of the journey so far and the excitement of the road that lays ahead. Let's take a deeper look at the inner workings of our cells, much like peering under the hood of the car we've pulled over during a long drive. During fasting, the lack of incoming fuel, namely glucose and other nutrients, signals our cellular engines that it's time to switch gears. Think of AMPK as the body's fuel gauge and a mechanic all-in-one. When it detects low nutrient levels, much like noticing a dip in the fuel tank, it flips switches and adjusts settings to conserve energy and starts using internal reserves. As the cellular journey stretches and food supplies dwindle, AMPK revs up the process of autophagy, propelling cells into survival mode. This is where the recycling factory within kicks into high gear, much like a car utilizing its stored power to keep the lights on. The cell gathers parts that are worn out, damaged proteins and organelles, and wraps them in specialized sacs called autophagosomes, akin to gathering all the odds and ends in the trunk for a trip to the recycling center. These autophagosomes then merge with lysosomes, the cell's recycling plants where the actual breakdown occurs. Picture the ease with which a well-organized garage allows for a quick and effective cleaning. A similar efficiency is what lysosomal enzymes bring to cellular maintenance, rapidly converting waste into usable energy. Or building blocks for new parts. Through this analogy, we can see the elegance of cellular fasting. It's not just about what's absent, food, but also about what becomes present, a clarity of purpose for the cell and a rejuvenation of cellular components. Each fast-acting switch or cleanup operation mirrors the rest, stops and tune-ups on the road, vital for both the longevity of the journey and the well-being of the traveler. Tim Ferriss, a maestro of life optimization, pitches the 4-hour body intermittent fasting approach as a tool for trimming the fat, literally and figuratively. Picture Ferriss's fasting regime as the strategic downtime for a bustling amusement park, an interval for workers to repair, clean, and fine-tune the rides. Just as these quiet hours are crucial to the park's operation, so is intermittent fasting to our cellular infrastructure. By slimming down eating windows, Ferriss's method coaxes the body into a state where cells, much like maintenance crews at night, carry out essential refurbishment. During fasting, the cells undertake autophagy, their version of maintenance. It's when the old faulty parts are dismantled, the walkways cleared, and the entire system prepped for the rush of visitors or nutrients that follows. This careful orchestration of eating and fasting mimics the rhythm of charging and using a smartphone. Ferriss advocates that just as one might manage battery life through strategic charging cycles, so can one manage bodily health through cycles of energy intake and expenditure, giving the cells the cyclical cue to either power up or switch to self-cleaning mode. Understanding Ferriss's approach sheds light on the sophisticated inner workings of our bodies, revealing how judicious fasting methods can nurture the well-being and longevity of our cellular amusement parks, readying them for the delight and demands of the day ahead. Here is the breakdown on the physiological symphony orchestrated by intermittent fasting, outlined in bullet points and unveiled through the theme of amusement park maintenance. Initial stage of fasting, insulin levels. Like ticket booths closing for the night, insulin production slows, signaling reduced patronage. Glycogen depletion. The park's main energy generator, glycogen, winds down, much like dimming the lights post-closing time. Transitioning to fat burning. Activation of lipolysis. Fats break down into free fatty acids, akin to the park tapping into backup generators. Increased ketone production. As the park conserves power, it switches to energy-efficient LED lighting, ketones being this cleaner energy source for the body. Autophagy and cellular repair. Autophagosome formation, maintenance crews, autophagosomes roam the empty park, cells, collecting refuse and worn-out parts. Lysosomal degradation. Junk is disposed of and recycled at the central plant, lysosome, keeping the park tidy and operational. Hormonal responses. Human growth hormone, HGH. Increase. Like an overnight security system, HGH strengthens and protects, fortifying the park's structures. Norepinephrine spike. This hormone keeps the night crews alert and active, ensuring efficient park cleanup. Mitochondrial efficiency. Enhanced mitochondrial biogenesis. New power plants, mitochondria, are built, promising more energy for the park's attractions. Reduction in reactive oxygen species, ROS. Cutting down on power surges and sparks, this enhances the safety and longevity of park equipment. The refeeding phase. Insulin re-entry. Much like reopening the ticket booths, insulin releases again, welcoming back visitors as energy intake resumes. Cellular replenishment. Storehouses are restocked, refreshment stands replenished, preparing for the new day of park festivities. Impact of fasting duration. Short-term fasts, 16/8 method. Comparable to the park being closed overnight, allowing for essential daily maintenance routines. Extended fasts, 24-48 hours. This is a weekend closure for deep cleaning, comprehensive repair work, and structural assessments. Through this detailed list, it becomes clear how each metabolic shift and hormonal change in fasting echoes the meticulous steps taken to maintain and rejuvenate an amusement park for its patrons. It's not just about the empty seats and silent rides, but about the opportunity to enhance every aspect of the park, ensuring that upon opening, it runs more splendidly than before. This analogy shows that fasting is not merely a dietary approach, but a deeply transformative process that entails far-reaching benefits for the entire body, a veritable refurbishment of the biological theme park that is our being. Think of integrating fasting into daily life as setting your smartphone to automatically update and refresh while you sleep. Just like these updates, which ensure your device continues to run smoothly, implementing a fasting routine could help maintain the body's operating system. Start with approachable fasts, as simple as skipping the late-night snacks and giving the kitchen a rest after dinner. Consider it scheduling downtime for your digestive apps. For those a bit more tech-savvy in the ways of wellness, try the 16/8 method, fasting for 16 hours with an 8-hour window for meals. It's like running a deeper system cleanup once a week, clearing caches, closing background apps. This can give your body the break it needs to perform its own maintenance, much like clearing digital clutter can speed up your phone. For the truly dedicated, a 24-hour fast once a month, akin to powering. Off completely and rebooting can serve as a system reset, recalibrating both metabolic and mental processes. Remember to listen to your body's signals, just as you'd heed battery warnings or storage notifications. Balance and timing are key. In the maze of fad diets and complex health advice, think of fasting as the regular, unobtrusive software update that enhances performance without you having to do much, but let it run its course. It's a commitment to maintaining efficiency, longevity, and health, quietly ticking away in the background while you go on with the vibrant business of living. Let's take a deeper look at how fasting methods reboot our biological systems, much like software updates do for our gadgets. When we skip the late-night snacking, it's similar to putting our phones on Do Not Disturb mode. The body notices the absence of incoming calories and starts to dip into glycogen reserves, akin to a phone using battery reserves. As blood sugar and insulin levels drop, imagine dimming your screen to save power. The body shifts gears and begins converting stored fat into energy, like a phone switching to low power mode. Moving on to the 16/8 intermittent fasting, we delve into the metaphor of a deeper system cleanup. During the 16-hour fast, insulin levels continue to decrease, prompting the body to burn more fat, just as clearing cache frees up space for a phone to run more efficiently. It cues autophagic processes which, like background apps being updated, start repairing and recycling cellular components to optimize body function. As for the monthly 24-hour fast, think of it as powering down and restarting your device, a hard reset that refreshes the system. The extended fasting period amplifies autophagic activity, allowing the body to conduct a thorough sweep of broken or dysfunctional cellular parts akin to a comprehensive defragmentation of a hard drive. This process not only revitalizes cells, but can also boost mental clarity and reset the immune system, much like how a phone operates smoothly with a fresh update. Each fasting interval fine-tunes our internal mechanics, lowering inflammation, bolstering brain function, and enhancing metabolic flexibility. It's like upgrading to the latest OS. The body becomes more adept at switching fuel sources, and it supports weight loss by optimizing energy usage. This shift isn't just a technical marvel, it's a testament to the body's remarkable ability to adapt and thrive, drawing a perfect parallel with the tech world's pursuit of peak performance and seamless user experience. Peering into the daily rigors of our diet reveals a tapestry woven with the threads of future health and disease management. Long-term dietary patterns, dense with processed foods or generous in whole plant-based meals, send ripples through the body's pool of wellness. These ripples are none other than autophagic responses, our cell's way of spring cleaning. Over time, a diet saturated with nutritionally sparse choices can clog this system, akin to a neglected filter that leaves a home's air stale and unhealthy. In contrast, nutrient-rich eating behavior stands as the stalwart janitorial staff, ensuring pathways are clear of cellular debris, which could, over time, tip the scale toward dysfunction and disease. Imagine, if you will, that sustained nutritional awareness keeps the gears of autophagy well-oiled, allowing them to remove accumulated cellular waste with effective regularity. As our understanding deepens, the interplay between what's on the end of our fork and our innermost cellular machinery becomes less enigmatic. It whispers of a world where the rigidity of health span stretches out before us, where the tweaks to our diets may answer in softening the footsteps of aging or tempering the advancement of diseases. By illuminating this relationship in the most practical sense, swapping a donut at breakfast for a bowl of oatmeal adorned with berries, each choice stacks as investments in a health portfolio that may yield compounding interest in the form of extended vitality and resilience against illness. It's not in one grand gesture, but the aggregate of many small choices where the potential to shape the arc of our health resides, demonstrating not just a passing trend in wellness, but the structural integrity of a diet designed for longevity. Just as a well-maintained home requires careful selection of cleaning agents and regular upkeep schedules, so does the body benefit from specific dietary components for optimal autophagic function. Sugars, when consumed in excess, act like clutter that builds up in a house, leading to a space that feels chaotic and stressed. At the cellular level, high sugar intake ramps up insulin production, which turns the autophagy switch off, encouraging cells to grow and store energy instead of cleaning up. Fats, on the other hand, are a bit more complex. Imagine using various tools for different household tasks. Saturated fats can be likened to heavy, difficult-to-store equipment that over time might clutter the workspace. They are associated with the inhibition of autophagy due to the activation of certain signaling pathways like mTOR. Conversely, unsaturated fats, the lightweight, multi-purpose tools, can aid in autophagy, particularly when consumed in moderation and within a diet that is calorie-restricted, acting as a signal for the body to engage in cellular housekeeping. Proteins are akin to the structural work in home maintenance, necessary for strength and integrity, but too much might mean constant construction without the chance. For cleanup, a diet high in protein, especially animal protein, activates mTOR pathways, which can suppress autophagic activity, effectively pausing the cellular cleanup process. For those aiming to eat in a way that supports autophagy, consider a diet that might look like a well-oiled maintenance routine. Foods rich in polyphenols like berries and green tea act like eco-friendly cleaning supplies, supporting autophagic processes without causing undue stress to the body. Caloric restriction, akin to minimizing energy usage at home, can also induce autophagy, as can periods of intermittent fasting, giving the body time to engage in deep cleaning without the continuous arrival of new guests or nutrients. By balancing these dietary elements, managing sugar intake, choosing healthy fats, and moderating protein consumption, the goal becomes about creating a meal plan that promotes regular, sustainable autophagic activity. Just as a clean, orderly home provides a sense of well-being and harmony, a diet that encourages autophagy can lead to a robust, rejuvenated cellular environment, housing the spirit of vitality and longevity. In the same way, each musician in an orchestra contributes a vital part of the symphony. Every food choice is a note in the complex composition of health. Nutritional science and autophagy join together as conductor and ensemble, creating a harmonic flow of biological processes aimed at fine-tuning our bodies. Just as harmony in music is achieved by the precise timing and resonance of notes, the synchronization of a nourishing diet with the rhythms of autophagy catalyzes a symphony of wellness within. Through each chapter, like movements in a concerto, you've seen how proteins, fats, and carbohydrates can initiate or pause the rhythmic cellular cleaning of autophagy. Understanding this intricate concert is the first step. Executing it daily through informed food choices is how one masters the art of living well. It's not a piece performed overnight, but a lifelong dedication to practice and tuning that refines the music of one's health. This journey of discovery doesn't require you to dissect every micronutrient under a scientific lens, but invites you to appreciate the broader picture it paints. A picture where eating less sugar is less about restriction and more about allowing your cells the silence they need to orchestrate repair. Where selecting healthier fats isn't simply a dietary guideline, but a pitch that resonates with vibrant cellular energy. As this chapter closes, carry forward the knowledge that the food on your plate is more than sustenance. It's an integral part of the complex and beautiful machinery that keeps you moving, a note in your personal health symphony that has the power to echo with vitality long into the future. Autophagy and fasting separating fact from fiction. Imagine going on a journey through a forest where every turn reveals new myths and truths about the enchanted world within. Similarly, in Chapter 7, Autophagy and Fasting, separating fact from fiction, it's time to step onto the path of discovery, where the mystical process of autophagy unfolds like an ancient forest waiting to be explored. Within the body's vast wilderness, autophagy acts as a natural conservationist, diligently recycling cellular waste and ensuring the survival of the strongest elements. Like a seasoned guide through uncharted territories, this chapter will navigate through the thicket of popular beliefs to uncover the scientific bedrock beneath. Equipped with the tools of modern research and free from the shackles of hearsay, let's trace the stream of knowledge back to its source, scrutinizing the winding path that fasting charts in pursuit of cellular renewal. As we move forward, every concept will be broken down into understandable fragments, just as autophagy breaks down cellular components, ensuring the path is clear, the journey enriching, and the destination within reach. Stay the course, keep an open mind, and prepare to distinguish the scientifically substantiated from the widely speculated, separating enduring fact from ephemeral fiction. Autophagy is a word that might conjure up images of a grand, scientific phenomenon, but at its core, it's a humble yet crucial cleanup process that keeps the body's cellular neighborhoods tidy and functional. Like a city's waste management crew, autophagy removes the cellular clutter and defective components that, left unchecked, could contribute to a variety of health issues. It's a continuous cycle of renewal that takes place inside the houses of the body, cells, keeping things running smoothly. Fasting, on the other hand, isn't just a dietary choice or a modern health fad. It's the equivalent of giving the body's internal street sweepers a chance to work without the usual bustle of incoming traffic. During times of fasting, when the intake of food is reduced or stopped altogether, the body turns inward, initiating a deep cleanse, an internal audit of sorts, which can help restore and rejuvenate at the most fundamental levels of biology. Laying this groundwork, this chapter aims to provide a clear line of sight into how fasting can signal the body to engage in autophagy and why this matters for health and longevity. It's a narrative stripped of complexities and dressed in the simple truth, ready to guide the reader through the layers of these critical biological processes. Let's take a deeper look at the intricate cellular pathways, envisioning our body cells as state-of-the-art factories with their own quality control and waste management systems. When fasting enters the scene, it flips certain switches that alter the usual production line. Think of mTOR as the facility's foreman, who, under normal feeding conditions, keeps production bustling and building up. But when fasting puts the brakes on incoming raw materials, a signal is sent to mTOR to stand down, halting the construction and shifting focus to maintenance and renovation. Enter AMPK, akin to the factory's resource manager, who is keenly aware of energy stores. With resources dwindling during a fast, AMPK ramps up, effectively activating the cell's recycling crew, autophagy. This is when the dynamic process of decluttering and refurbishing begins. It targets the old, the broken, perfectly similar to workers sorting out and repurposing materials that would otherwise clutter the workspace. Then there are the sirtuins, working quietly like the site's engineers, ensuring systems are running optimally, fine-tuning the machinery, that's our DNA, and keeping the factory clean and efficient. This convergence of cellular signals and messengers during fasting lays the groundwork for what could be seen as the cell's spring cleaning period, an intensive refurbishing regime that leads to improved performance, reduced damage, and ultimately a healthier cellular environment. Through fasting, like a factory adjusting shifts to improve output while managing resources, our bodies recalibrate, delivering not just a brief overhaul, but potentially fostering lasting health benefits. One might hear whispers and wonders about fasting and autophagy, tales that assure a sip of water or a skipped meal turns the body into a machine of self-repair. Let's gently pull apart these stories with the careful hands of a surgeon, setting aside fiction to reveal the sturdy skeleton of fact. Autophagy, while indeed a form of cellular cleanup, doesn't simply have an on-off switch triggered by the absence of food. The process is far more nuanced, a tightly regulated sequence of events where enzymes and proteins work together meticulously, like clockwork inside a finely crafted watch. Fasting might encourage this mechanism, but doesn't single-handedly command it. The narrative that it rapidly leads to weight loss or enhances longevity could use some calibration. Picture a gardener tending to a plot. Just as a healthy yield takes more than sun and soil, so does autophagy require complex interactions beyond just not eating. Moreover, fasting's impact varies between individuals, turning the grand promise of universal benefits into a more modest potential, subject to the quirks and whispers of unique biology. With unwavering focus on scientific evidence, dissect the grandiose claims, finding a balance between the optimistic anecdotes and the grounded but equally fascinating scientific realities. Autophagy unfolds in stages, much like a full-course meal is enjoyed one dish at a time. The first stage is initiation, where cells get the signal that it's time to start cleaning up. Fasting acts as the bell that rings to signal this process. Without the usual nutrients coming in, the body decides it's time to utilize what's already inside, the damaged proteins and organelles. It's similar to doing inventory in a storeroom, finding items that aren't needed anymore and setting them aside for recycling. Now the signaling pathways play a critical role here. Think of mTOR as the switch that usually says grow and multiply to cells. When fasting takes place, this switch is turned off because the body senses it's not the time for growth, but for conservation. On the flip side, AMPK is like a sensor for low energy levels, and during fasting, it gets turned on. This activation encourages cells to conserve energy and to recycle components through autophagy. Moving to the next phase, the body begins the autophagic process. It's akin to wrapping up those unnecessary items in the storeroom, enclosing damaged cellular components in membranes to form autophagosomes. What follows is the breakdown of this cargo within the lysosomes, where it gets recycled, much like a recycling plant that breaks down waste into basic materials that can be reused. The promises of fasting are woven with the threads of weight loss and longevity. What we see is that while fasting can indeed lead to weight loss due to decreased caloric intake and increased autophagic activity, it's not a magic pill. It's one part of a balanced lifestyle. Longevity, while tied to efficient cellular function, emerges from a complex tapestry of genetic, environmental, and lifestyle factors, not just fasting alone. By mapping these pathways and understanding their triggers and effects, we grasp the nuance of fasting's role in health beyond lofty claims. It's a step-by-step guide through a biological maze, translating the language of cells into stories the everyday person can relate to and learn from. Welcome to the gallery of the human cell, where each exhibit plays a crucial role in the art of survival. In the grand hall of our tour, we encounter autophagy, a masterful process that's cellular housekeeping at its finest. Imagine walking into a room where each piece of furniture and decor has the uncanny ability to repair itself. This is the room of renewal, autophagy, where cell components that are damaged or past their prime are identified, broken down, and recycled. As we stroll past the initiation display, you'll notice the depiction of a cell responding to the silence in its environment, the absence of food cues. It's the solitude that triggers the cell to begin autophagy, comparable to a library after hours where books are reshelved and floors are swept clean. Here, the cell gathers and isolates the worn-out parts, preparing them for disposal or repurposing. Gliding to the next display, autophagosome formation, we see a visual marvel. The cell wraps the cellular debris with a membrane, akin to packaging materials for recycling. These spherical structures are the cell's recyclable bins, securing the waste. Next is the lysosome fusion. It's akin to a high-stakes fusion of a waste container with a recycling facility, where the cellular debris is degraded into basic components. Carried over a breathtaking artistic representation, you can see how these scraps are reborn into building blocks for new cellular structures. Finishing our tour with the reutilization exhibit, these building blocks are now ready for construction of new cellular components. Users of old parts become creators for new. Each piece tells a story of transformation, a cycle of life sustaining life, a perpetuum mobile of biological resourcefulness. In this gallery, autophagy shines for both its complexity and elegance, compelling in its simplicity as a process of regeneration that underlies the vitality of life. It's a picture of resilience painted in the universal language of renewal, one that we are all intimately a part of. Here is the breakdown of the complex dance of autophagy played out in our body's cells as a meticulously choreographed ballet. Initiation, cellular sensors, AMPK, Like a budget-conscious accountant who notices funds depleting when food intake is low, signals the need for cost-cutting measures. mTOR, the foreman who calls for a halt in production, cell growth, when resources, nutrients, are scarce. Molecular signals. ULK1. This molecule is the starting whistle that kicks off the autophagy process, similar to how a green traffic light signals cars to go. Autophagosome formation. Assembly of the membrane, phosphatidylethanolamin, PE. An essential lipid that acts like cement, helping to shape the autophagosome membrane, LC32. Consider this protein a key brick in the autophagosome structure, impeccably binding to PE. Contents. Damaged organelles and proteins. These are the unwanted debris collected for disposal, much like a neighborhood cleanup crew gathering trash. Origin of components. Endoplasmic reticulum. Parts of this cellular factory floor contribute membrane material, repurposing it into autophagosome walls. Lysosome fusion, enzymatic breakdown, acid hydrolyses, a team of molecular demolition experts breaking down the autophagosome's contents into reusable raw materials. Fusion process, snares. These are like the docking clamps, ensuring the autophagosome and lysosome merge seamlessly, much like a spaceship docking with a space station. Reutilization. Recycling of cellular materials, amino acids and fatty acids, recycled elements that become the fresh supply of building blocks for new proteins and membranes, equivalent to a glass recycler providing materials for new bottles. At each stage, complex molecular interactions echo the synergy found in real-world processes we see in daily life, illustrating how autophagy is less a silent inner world and more an active, buzzing community of productivity and rejuvenation. With this detailed map, the reader can appreciate the elegance and necessity of autophagy, translating the abstract into the conceivable, showing how our bodies support life at the most elemental level. Step into the world of fasting methods, and one will find it as varied and tailored as fitness routines at a gym, each one designed for different health and wellness goals. Think of intermittent fasting, like the popular 16-8 method, as the strength training of fasting techniques. It's a daily regimen that tones and builds metabolic flexibility, asking you to fast for 16 hours and fuel up during the remaining 8. Then, there's the 5-2 diet, akin to a weekly yoga class for the body, where for 2 days a week, calorie intake is significantly reduced, promoting balance and recuperation. Those who venture into alternate day fasting are engaging in the high-intensity interval training of the fasting world, requiring a rigorous discipline of fast days, alternated with feast days, pushing the body's metabolic flexibility to new heights. And then, there is the marathon of prolonged fasting, extending beyond 48 hours. This is like training for a triathlon, a test of endurance that encourages the body to undergo deeper, more profound cellular renewal. In navigating these fasting methods, each has its flair and structure, much like how a sprint differs from a long-distance run. They offer a range of intensities and cadences, allowing you to fine-tune your approach based on personal health objectives and lifestyle. This spread of fasting styles not only indicates the versatility of fasting as a practice, but also underscores its potential to be customized to support individual journeys toward well-being. Here is the breakdown of the fascinating inner changes that occur with each fasting routine, similar to the various training programs one might select at a gym, with each regimen activating different muscle groups and energy systems. Intermittent fasting, 16-8 method. Glycogen depletion. Like a gas tank slowly emptying, the body uses up its immediate energy stores. Increased fat oxidation. The body switches to burn fat, much like a car switching from gasoline to electric power on a hybrid engine. Enhanced cellular repair. Cells enter maintenance mode, repairing any DNA damage akin to fixing small dents and scratches on a vehicle. Hormonal modulation. Insulin sensitivity improves, akin to refining a car's responsiveness to the gas pedal. 5. 2. Diet. Caloric deficit response. The body enters a resource-saving mode, similar to how a household might cut back on electricity usage when the budget is tight. Autophagy induction. Cellular cleanup processes ramp up, much like a deep cleaning of a house when there's time to spare on the weekend. Alternate day fasting. Enhanced metabolic flexibility. The body flips between energy sources more efficiently, as if it's a hybrid car getting better at switching between fuel types. Improved stress. Resistance. Cells adapt to the cycle of feast and famine, much like muscles adapt and strengthen with consistent training. Prolonged fasting, 48 hours and beyond. Ketosis. The body becomes a fat-burning machine, turning fats into ketones for energy, which is similar to a shift to a completely different fuel source, such as solar power. Deep autophagy. A thorough cellular housekeeping takes place, clearing out defective parts and promoting cellular renewal, akin to a major system overhaul that rejuvenates and extends the life of machinery. In translating these fasting-induced physiological shifts into real-world scenarios, it reveals the meticulous and adaptive nature of the human body, much like various machines and systems designed to operate under different conditions. Each fasting method offers a unique approach to harnessing the body's inherent capacities for self-renewal and optimization, painting a vivid picture of our biology in action. These analogies demonstrate the intelligence and efficiency of our inner workings, showing that with proper guidance, fasting can be a powerful tool for cultivating health and longevity. Sifting through the evidence, the connection between fasting and the activation of autophagy is clear and compelling, much like the link between regular exercise and improved heart health. Autophagy, a process where cells clean out their damaged parts, has been shown to be upregulated by the act of fasting. This is not hearsay, but rather a fact grounded in scientific research. Like sending in a specialized cleanup crew after a festive event, fasting signals the body to conduct a thorough cellular detoxification, removing potential sources of inflammation or damage that could, over time, spell trouble. This cellular cleanse provides benefits that ripple across the spectrum of health. It's akin to the refreshing feeling one gets after decluttering their living space, promoting mental clarity and a sense of well-being. In the body, this translates to a reduction in the risk for certain diseases, improved metabolic efficiency, and potentially a longer lifespan. These are not mere anecdotes, but outcomes observed and measured in various scientific studies, where control and precision in experimentation pave the way for reliable conclusions. While the full breadth of autophagy's benefits continues to be explored, it stands as a testament to the intricate intelligence of the human body. Each discovery peels back a layer, revealing more of the elegant mechanisms that sustain life. To discuss autophagy and fasting without understanding the research is to admire a book's cover without appreciating the story within. Therefore, taking a methodical approach to outline the documented perks of this cellular phenomenon brings forth a narrative where skepticism gives way to informed recognition of what fasting-induced autophagy holds for human health. Fasting triggers a fascinating chain reaction within our cells. As the body recognizes a decrease in calorie intake, it does not panic. Instead, it cleverly shifts focus inward, initiating what's called autophagy. This process functions as an internal audit, identifying parts that are damaged or malfunctioning. It's similar to a business taking stock of resources during a slow season and deciding which assets should be retained, repurposed, or removed. At the cellular level, fasting leads to decreased levels of insulin and an increase in glucagon production. This hormonal shift sends a signal that communicates the need to conserve energy, similar to a household switching off unnecessary lights to save on electricity bills. This energy-saving mode activates autophagic pathways by dialing down the action of the mTOR complex, a master regulator of cell growth and proliferation, and revving up autophagy-related genes. One can imagine mTOR as the main switch, controlling whether cells are busy growing or shifting into a protective, self-maintenance state. With mTOR quieted down, the cells start their cleanup work, digesting and recycling internal debris. This recycled material then becomes a source of energy and building blocks for new cell parts, much like using salvaged bricks from a demolished building to construct a new one. Research points to benefits for several diseases, particularly those where cellular stress plays a significant role. In neurodegenerative diseases like Parkinson's and Alzheimer's, excessive accumulation of misfolded proteins leads to cell damage. Through autophagy, cells can potentially dismantle these proteins, a bit like a shredder that helps prevent the pileup of unnecessary paperwork in an office. In conditions like obesity and diabetes, enhanced autophagy is thought to improve insulin sensitivity and metabolic functions, aligning with the benefits one might observe from a strict budgeting regime on cash flow and overall financial health. The unique advantage of fasting-induced autophagy is that it doesn't rely on medications or treatments with side effects. It's a natural process that our bodies are wired to perform, which is turned up a notch through the intervention of fasting, a testament to the body's remarkable self-regulating and self-healing capabilities. With ongoing research, every new finding brings us closer to harnessing this inherent power for therapeutic outcomes, finely tuned to the needs of individual health profiles. Embarking on the fasting journey mirrors the path to mastering a new language. You wouldn't dive into complex literature right off the bat. Instead, you'd start with the basics, learning to say hello and thank you. Similarly, if new to fasting, you might begin with a light schedule, perhaps delaying breakfast to shorten the eating window, just as you might practice common phrases in a new tongue. As comfort with these early steps grows, so too might the fasting window, gently stretching it as confidence in conversation lengthens. It's less about rigorous fasting marathons at the start and more about finding a rhythm, much like building vocabulary and grammar bit by bit. Gradually, as one's body begins to adapt, the appetite becomes more manageable, energy levels stabilize. Fasting can become a more structured part of the routine. This progression is akin to moving from simple conversations to deeper dialogue in a new language, gaining nuance and complexity. The key is incremental change, allowing the body and mind to adjust, making the process sustainable. Whether it's embracing an intermittent fasting schedule or experimenting with occasional 24-hour fasts, it's about progression, not perfection. And just like learning a language, fasting too becomes part of one's lifestyle, a fluid and natural practice that rewards with a new form of expression, in this case, one of health and vitality. Let's take a deeper look at how to craft a fasting regimen that's as approachable as learning to ride a bicycle, with simple step-by-step instructions to keep balance and avoid a tumble. Starting a fasting practice begins with understanding your current diet, akin to checking the air in the bike's tires before a ride. One might begin with a manageable fasting window, say 12 hours overnight, which could be as effortless as opting for water or herbal tea past dinner time instead of late-night snacks, just as one would choose a level bike path over a hilly terrain, Monitoring how the body responds plays a crucial role, like paying attention to how the body feels when pedaling. Is there a sense of fatigue, a pang of hunger, or a surge of energy? These cues are vital in determining how to progress. As comfort with the initial window grows, stretching it to 14 or 16 hours can come next, mirroring the steady increase of cycling distances as confidence builds. Keeping hydration in check during fasting is as important as knowing to bring a water bottle on a long bike ride. Well-timed meals that focus on nutrient density, rich in proteins, fibers, and healthy fats, will ensure that the body is nourished and satisfied during the eating periods, much like making sure you have a balanced meal before a demanding physical activity. Social engagements and cravings can pose psychological challenges to fasting, similar to biking in traffic after only knowing the quiet of a park. A strong understanding of personal goals and the flexibility to adapt the fasting schedule around social events can make the practice sustainable. An occasional pause for a special breakfast won't derail the bigger journey towards well-being. Studies and expert advice often highlight the gradual adaptation to fasting as a way to mitigate the stress on the body and to integrate it as a lifestyle rather than a temporary fix. Like cycling, it can be tailored, whether one prefers short daily commutes or the occasional long excursion. Fasting too can be customized to fit individual lifestyles and preferences. Fostering this practice with patience and attentiveness ensures it becomes a natural part of the daily routine, transforming the act of fasting into a restorative passageway rather than a strict endurance test. It's a testament to taking control of one's health journey, ensuring that each step forward is taken with confidence and understanding. Approach trendy diets with the same skepticism as one would an extravagant claim in a flashy magazine. They might catch the eye, but do they hold up to scrutiny? Lasting health isn't akin to the latest fashion trend that fades with the season, but more like a well-tailored suit that remains timeless. While it's easy to be swept up by the bold promises of a diet that's in right now, one must look for the classic signs of nutritional balance and sustainability, much as one appreciates the fine craftsmanship of a garment that's been in style for decades. Remember, any diet that claims rapid results akin to a miracle cure merits a closer look. Often, what shines brightly at a glance may not stand the test of daily wear. Just as fast fashion may fall apart after a few wears, quick-fix diets might not provide the lasting health benefits they advertise. True health, like classic style, is about understanding the why and how of choices. It involves looking beyond the surface and appreciating the underlying principles of good nutrition and how it interacts with the body, rather than simply chasing the allure of what's momentarily popular. So, take the time to reflect on dietary choices. Do they align with well-researched nutritional guidelines? Do they support a diverse and balanced intake rather than overly restrictive or extreme eating patterns? Health, in its enduring form, is about the slow cultivation of habits that nourish and sustain, much like a wardrobe built with attention to quality over mere quantity. It's about fostering an understanding of the body's needs and meeting them consistently. That is where true well-being lies, timeless and always in style. Let's take a deeper look at the rich tapestry of diet trends, distinguishing fleeting fads. From foundational nutrition strategies as one would differentiate between fast fashion and classic wardrobe essentials. In the realm of lasting dietary approaches, the balance of macronutrients stands out like the basic building blocks of a versatile outfit. Proteins, fats, and carbohydrates are to a diet what neatly tailored pants, a crisp shirt, and durable shoes are to style. Each macronutrient has its unique role, akin to garments serving different purposes for varying occasions, and a balance ensures the body, like a wardrobe, is ready for anything. Diverse and whole food inclusion is another hallmark of diets with staying power. This variety ensures a vast spectrum of vitamins, minerals, and other nutrients, likening it to having a range of accessories that not only complete an outfit, but make it shine. Whole foods are the statement pieces made to last, unlike the cheap trinkets that break after a few wears. Personalized nutrition, tailored to individual health needs and preferences, is the bespoke suit of diets. It may require a little more effort to tailor, but the results are a perfect fit for the wearer. Going beyond the one-size-fits-all approach of fad diets, personalization respects unique lifestyles, medical backgrounds, and even genetic predispositions, ensuring the diet one follows serves them, not the other way around. Through the lens of empirical evidence from dietary studies, sustainable diets promote whole-body well-being and prevent chronic diseases. They hold up under the scrutiny of long-term studies, much like well-crafted apparel endures seasons of wear. Embracing diets grounded in this kind of research propels one beyond the cyclical traps of dieting, equipping them with the knowledge to choose a nutritional path that is as enduring as it is nourishing. This understanding, when woven into daily life, paves the way for a relationship with food that is not just a passing phase, but a lifelong commitment to health. As the final page turns on this chapter of health education, it's clear that the tapestry of well-being is a complex one, woven with threads of knowledge and practice. Autophagy and fasting, once terms that may have seemed shrouded in scientific enigma, are now familiar landmarks on the journey to vitality. Think of this process as performing regular maintenance on one's car. It's both the scheduled tune-ups and the everyday care that keep the engine running smoothly and efficiently. Over the course of this exploration, the detailed mechanics of autophagy have unfolded, displaying how this cellular cleanup crew works tirelessly to refurbish and rejuvenate the body from within. Like trained professionals who know every corner of the buildings they maintain, these biological processes operate with a precision that ensures optimal functioning over time. In tandem, the nuanced facets of fasting have been laid bare, not as a fleeting trend, but as a practice with a variety of approaches, each holding the potential to kickstart the body's intrinsic renewal systems. It's not unlike training for different athletic pursuits. Some strategies are sprints, others marathons, yet each cultivates an aspect of health to be harnessed depending on individual goals and needs. Leaving this explorative chapter behind, the intelligent reader carries forward a toolkit of understanding. It's about knowing that every meal, every period of rest or abstention contributes to a larger ecosystem of health. With eyes now wide open to the intricacies and benefits of these biological processes, one can step confidently into the next phase of their well-being journey, ready to apply these insights and keen to uncover even more. Enhancing autophagy, practical tips and strategies. Picture this. The first warm weekend of spring, the windows are flung open to let in the fresh, crisp air, and there's an invigorating buzz of energy, eager to shake off the remnants of a long winter. That's the feeling one taps into when starting the journey into autophagy, the body's way of spring cleaning at a cellular level. In Chapter 8, the cloaked terms and processes of autophagy will be laid out clear and straightforward as sunlight on this fine spring day. Much like pulling on gloves and armed with brooms and dustpans for a day of decluttering, insights on how to enhance and harness the power of autophagy await within these pages. A step-by-step guide, warm and rich in knowledge, will offer comfort as one learns to sweep away cellular clutter. Autophagy isn't just another piece of jargon, it's the innate process by which the body diligently clears out old and worn-out parts to make room for fresh, new components. Prepare to navigate through the hows and whys, understand what kickstarts this phenomenal process or what coaxes it into taking a pause. By the end of this chapter, one will not only grasp the intricacies of autophagy, but will also possess practical tips and strategies, as if holding a well-thumbed manual to enhance this critical function for a healthier, more vibrant self. Imagine every cell in your body as a mini factory that works around the clock. Now, just as any factory would need regular cleaning to remove waste and maintain efficiency, so do these cellular factories. This is where autophagy comes in, acting like the night shift cleaning crew that takes over when the day's production winds down. These janitors within our cells are on a mission to identify and discard what's no longer serving a purpose, from defunct proteins to out-of-order organelles. Autophagy is far more than just a cleanup operation. It's a survival strategy that refreshes our cellular infrastructure, ensuring everything functions with optimum efficiency. One could compare this to routine car maintenance. Just as changing oil and rotating tires can ward off future issues, autophagy prevents the buildup of cellular debris that could otherwise lead to trouble down the road. This intricate process isn't simply about out with the old, it's just as much in with the new. The raw materials reclaimed from this cellular declutter are not wasted. Instead, they're upcycled, remodeled into building blocks essential for the reconstruction of new cellular components, analogous to a classic car being restored to its former glory with both original and new parts. This chapter is dedicated to peeling back the layers on this indispensable process, illuminating just how the body's self-preservation instincts keep us running smoother and longer. Understanding the gravity and elegance of autophagy isn't about digesting complex jargon or getting tangled in web-like pathways. It's about seeing the bigger picture, how care nurtures endurance, and how our bodies have mastered the art of maintaining longevity from within, one cell at a time. Think of autophagy as a factory system for handling waste. It's a sequence of events that's tightly coordinated, like workers on an assembly line. This cellular machinery kicks into gear when a cell senses it's time to clean up. The process sparkles with a meticulous ballet of actions, each purposeful and precise like the motions of skilled artisans in a workshop. The initiation stage is the planning phase. Just as a shift supervisor decides which tasks need to be done, the cell's internal signals, such as depleted nutrients, activate a set of molecules that start the autophagy process. This is like the factory's control center sensing that production lines need to pause for cleanup. Next is the elongation phase. Here, small vesicles in the cell, called autophagosomes, begin to form, somewhat like waste bins on wheels being assembled to carry debris. The cell gathers up damaged proteins and organelles and carefully places them inside these autophagosomes, just as factory workers would. Sort and discard unnecessary scraps. Now comes the completion stage. The autophagosome, now full, seals off, prepped and packed like a truck, ready to depart for the recycling plant. It's a meticulous procedure, ensuring that nothing valuable is thrown out with the waste. The finale is the fusion with the lysosome. Picture the autophagosome arriving at the recycling facility, the lysosome. Here, the cellular waste is broken down by potent enzymes, akin to recycling machines that shred up plastic into reusable granules. This breakdown helps to funnel the basic building blocks back to the cell for a new lease on life, much like a factory recycling its scrap materials into new, useful products. This step-by-step guide reflects the intricacy of autophagy, clarifying it not as a distant, abstract process, but rather as a testament to the body's resourcefulness and efficiency. With each phase of autophagy, the body exemplifies a self-sustaining fortress, continuously renovating itself from the inside, guarding against the accumulation of cellular waste. and in doing so, promoting health and longevity. Imagine autophagy as a finely tuned orchestra within your body where each instrument plays a pivotal role in the symphony of cellular health. Now think of foods and eating patterns as the conductor whose actions can either harmonize this orchestra or throw it out of tune. Certain foods, like those rich in sugars and fast-absorbing carbohydrates, are akin to a conductor who rushes the tempo, causing a cacophony that drowns out the subtle melodies. This frenzied pace can inhibit the process of autophagy, much like a chaotic rehearsal where musicians can't focus on fine-tuning their parts. On the other hand, fasting or feasting on foods that are nutrient-dense yet low in sugars, think leafy greens, avocados, and nuts, is like a maestro who conducts with gentle authority, allowing each section of the orchestra to rest, reflect, and ultimately play in perfect synchrony. This maestro knows when to let the violins sing and when the flutes should take the lead, similar to how these eating patterns activate autophagy, encouraging cells to clean house and rejuvenate. Proteins and certain amino acids, often from animal products, can work double-edged. In moderation, they're supporting acts, but in excess, they mimic a blaring brass section that overshadows the rest. Just as a balanced ensemble delivers a flawless performance, a balanced diet orchestrates a flawless activation of autophagy, ensuring that cellular renewal and recycling proceed smoothly and healthily. Through these analogies, one sees that nourishment is more than satisfying hunger. It's a guiding hand for the inner orchestra, conducting a performance of vitality that resonates through every cell. Here is the breakdown on how our daily menu influences the inner workings of our cells, specifically the autophagy process, sugars and refined carbohydrates, interference with hormonal signals, insulin spike. Consuming these foods is like stepping on the gas, causing insulin levels to surge and potentially sidelining autophagy, similar to how a panicked rush can scramble the serene environment needed for a focused study session. Disruption in nutrient sensing. The cells become less responsive to the signals that usually tell them it's time to clean up the workshop, leading to reduced efficiency in the autophagy process. Fasting and polyphenols, encouragement of the autophagy pathway, energy deprivation. Fasting is akin to putting up a do not disturb sign, allowing the cell to focus on internal matters, such as initiating autophagy, in the quiet hours when outside interruptions, food intake, are minimal. Role of polyphenols. These nutrients, found in plants, are like the supervisors that encourage the cleanup crew, autophagy processes, to be more agile and thorough in their work. Proteins and amino acids from animal sources. Dual impact on autophagy, moderate levels, consumed wisely, proteins act like supportive scaffolding, allowing for smooth operations and occasional necessary repairs without overwhelming the system. Excessive intake. Much like a congested workspace cluttered with too much material, too many amino acids from excessive protein intake can hinder the autophagy pathway, reducing its capability to clean up efficiently. Each nutrient plays a role as distinct as the characters in a vibrant street market, offering an array of impacts on the body's cellular maintenance routines. Through this lens, it becomes clear that what's on the plate doesn't just fill the stomach, it orchestrates a complex dance inside each cell. With every bite, one is conducting an invisible symphony, cueing either the serenity that promotes rejuvenation or the dissonance that can stall these vital processes. Think of each form of exercise as a dedicated tool in the body's maintenance shed, uniquely suited for a special kind of upkeep to keep the cellular home spick and span. Aerobic workouts like jogging or swimming are the body's power washers. They ramp up heart rate and blood flow, sluicing away debris through sweat and circulation, much as a pressure washer clears grime from a driveway, ensuring the body's systems remain unclogged and functional. Strength training, with its regiment of lifts and squats, acts like the heavy lifting equipment. It challenges muscle fibers to break down and rebuild stronger, akin to replacing old pipes with new ones to enhance the structural integrity of a house. Yoga and stretching are the polishing and detailing brushes of the exercise toolkit. They reach into the nooks and crannies, improving flexibility and balance, and helping maintain the body's range of motion, just as precision tools get into the edges and corners for a meticulous clean. High-intensity interval training, HIIT, serves as the deep cleaning bursts, those short but intense efforts that shake loose the cobwebs from the attic and basement, kick-starting cellular housekeeping processes like autophagy that tidy up on a molecular level. Each form of exercise, much like each household chore, contributes to the overall cleanliness and functionality of our living space. They are not just workouts. They are the caretaking rituals that keep the bodily abode in prime condition, shining from the inside out. Let's take a deeper look at how the gym routine is as much about cellular craftsmanship as it is about sculpting muscle or burning calories. Like a masterclass in internal renovation, each form of exercise fine-tunes the body's inner workings. Aerobic exercise, such as cycling or brisk walking, increases the heart rate and boosts blood flow, the equivalent of opening the windows of a stuffy room to let fresh air whirl through. This gust of increased oxygen delivery and the river dance of blood circulating more vigorously ensures that the body's tissues are flushed of metabolic waste, much like a spring breeze clears dust and cobwebs. When engaging in resistance training, lifting weights or doing squats, one is doing more than merely showcasing strength. It's akin to renovating the infrastructure of a building. Muscle fibers are coaxed into tiny tears, akin to purposefully stripping old wallpaper to make way for a robust, fresher layer. The body then heals these micro-injuries, not just to their original state, but reinforces them, much like reinforcing the foundation of a house after an inspection. Yoga and stretching are to the body what meticulous adjustments are to a well-oiled machine. Envision reaching high to dust off the top shelf or bending to fix a squeaky floorboard. These movements ensure every part of the machine remains limber and operational. On a cellular level, improved flexibility and balance could mean better nutrient distribution and joint health, sustaining the body's capacity to prevent injuries and promote recovery. Now, turn the spotlight on high-intensity interval training, HIIT, a thrilling roller coaster for cells. The push-and-pause nature of HIIT is like an intensive, deep cleaning session that roots out the dullness from each corner. It places controlled stress on the cells, which in turn galvanizes them into a cellular spring. Clean, activating pathways like autophagy to declutter and rejuvenate. Every stretch, lift, and sprint is a tune played on the sophisticated instrument that is the body, each contributing to an opera of maintenance and rejuvenation that keeps our cells not just alive, but thriving. Through these movements, one isn't just moving through space. One is conducting an orchestra of biological processes that sing the song of health deep within the tapestry of tissues and organs. Quality sleep is like hitting the reset button for the body, and aligning it with our natural circadian rhythms is akin to syncing a watch accurately after it's been lagging a few minutes every day. When sleep falls in step with the body's inherent tempo, it orchestrates a nighttime recital of cellular housekeeping. The lead player in this nocturnal resonance is autophagy, the process that acts like a silent janitor, methodically cleansing cells of accumulated waste. As one delves into the arms of Morpheus, the body's metabolic rate slows, akin to a bustling city dimming down to the lazy hum of the night. It's during this quietude that autophagy works most efficiently, undistracted and unburdened by the day's demands, much as a night shift crew can deep clean an office building without the bustle of daytime workers. The sleep cycle stages, progressing from light to deep sleep, are the diligent shifts when the cleanup process peaks, carefully breaking down the cellular debris that could otherwise contribute to fatigue or disease, much like a street cleaner that makes sure the pathways are all clear for the morning traffic. Without proper sleep, and the alignment of these sleep stages with the body's internal clock, autophagic activity can stutter and stall, similar to a car that's out of tune and struggles to perform. Therefore, prioritizing consistent and restorative slumber, meshing with the body's rhythmic drum, isn't just about warding off grogginess, but about giving a standing ovation to the nightly ensemble of restorative biology that ensures resilience against the wear and tear of life. Settle in and imagine sleep as an intricate play in two acts, non-REM and REM sleep. These aren't just stages of rest, they're like different parts of a nightly maintenance schedule that the body follows, each with a role in tuning the machinery of cells for the day ahead. When sleep first arrives, the body eases into non-REM sleep, characterized by its light and deep phases. This stage is the gentle humming of night in a quiet neighborhood where everything slows down. Roads are less traveled, and the background noise of daily hustle fades. During this stage, cells start their version of quiet time activities, initiating autophagy. It's like the night's janitorial staff arriving for their shift, taking advantage of the lull to start their rounds. As deep non-REM sleep takes over, it's akin to the body entering the core part of its nightly housekeeping. The heart rate is steady, breathing is deep, and energy consumption is at its lowest. This is prime time for cells to go into restorative mode, ramping up the autophagy process. Picture a team of workers deep cleaning an office building floor by floor, removing the day's waste, dusting, and polishing. Transitioning into REM sleep, the plot thickens. The brain becomes more active, akin to a control center buzzing to life, even though the body remains still. It seems paradoxical, but during this phase, the autophagy activity shifts gears, much like a city during dawn that's slowly springing back to life. The cellular cleanup isn't halted, but it takes on a nuanced role, preparing cells for the activities of the coming day. A little like the winding down of the maintenance crew's shift as they take stock of their night's work. By the time dawn breaks and eyes flutter open, the nightly housekeeping, the cellular autophagy, paves the way for a refreshed start, just as a clean and well-organized workspace welcomes one to a productive day. Grasping the significance of sleep stages paints a picture of why that restful slumber is a marvel of biology, seldom seen but essential for the body's sustainability. Each night's voyage through non-REM to REM sleep is a dance of rejuvenation, fine-tuned and precise, affirming that quality sleep is indeed one of the most profound conductors of cellular well-being. Imagine the body as a complex piece of machinery with gears and cogs tirelessly working away. Just as a machine requires regular oil changes and tune-ups to prevent the creaks and groans of wear and tear, so too does the body benefit from stress management techniques which act like the maintenance crew for cellular health. Practicing meditation to manage stress, for example, is akin to applying a lubricant to a squeaky hinge, allowing thoughts and reactions to move more freely without grinding down the mental cogs. Exercise, another stress buster, acts like sending the machine on a rejuvenating run, tightening loose bolts and ensuring all parts are humming in concert. It's not just about getting the heart racing, it's about making sure every part of the machinery is working at its best, effectively enhancing the cleanup processes, much like how an automotive performance booster would optimize an engine's cleansing cycles. Then there's the act of laughter, that joyous, stress-relieving chuckle that can diffuse tension. It's like hitting the steam release valve on a pressure cooker, a necessary gesture to keep the whole system from overheating, thus preventing cellular damage. Each of these techniques functions as a crucial part of a systematic approach to maintaining the intricate machine that is the body. They ensure the cellular cleanup crew, the autophagy processes, have a clean and orderly environment to work in, clearing out waste without having to battle through the additional clutter of stress-induced debris. These strategies don't just buffer against the trials of the moment, they lay the groundwork for the longevity and resilience of the body's inner workings, polishing and tuning up the cellular machinery so it can perform the symphony of life's functions day in and day out. Here is the detailed breakdown of how specific stress management techniques are akin to dedicated maintenance practices, ensuring the seamless operation of our cellular machinery. Meditation, psychological relief. Like tidying up a cluttered desk to improve focus, meditation organizes mental spaces, lowering stress hormone levels. Impact on autophagy. Reduces cortisol production. These stress hormones can act as roadblocks to autophagy, much like how a cluttered workspace hinders cleaning. Meditation helps clear these blockages, encourages a cellular environment conducive to repair and rejuvenation. Picture meditation as a calming melody that soothes the internal environment, allowing the cell's natural cleanup protocols to operate without disturbance. Exercise. Physical engagement. From light stretching to vigorous workouts, exercise is like taking the whole system through a dynamic performance drill that keeps each part working optimally. Influence on cellular activity. Promotes the release of beneficial proteins. Think of these as lubricants for the gears of a machine, ensuring smooth autophagic flow. Activates pathways leading to autophagy, comparable to running diagnostics on engines to remove any inefficiencies, thereby enhancing their cleanup cycles. Laughter. Emotional easing. Like releasing steam from a pressure cooker, laughter helps to diffuse psychological stress that could otherwise crank up internal pressure to harmful levels. Cellular effect. Reduces the impact of stress hormones. Stress hormones act like rust in the machine, impeding the autophagic mechanisms. Laughter counteracts this by oiling the cogs, keeping the process active and effective. Creates a positive atmosphere for cellular maintenance. Laughter adds a layer of protection, just as a weatherproof cover does for outside machinery, preserving the integrity of the cells for optimal function. Maintaining these holistic practices is a way to preserve the internal ecosystem, much like how routine care and preservation keep a grand old clock ticking with precision. Regular adoption of meditation, exercise, and laughter is not just good for the soul, it's a critical service program for the complex vehicle of the body, ensuring every journey is smoother and the engine of life runs longer and stronger. Selecting supplements or medications to boost the autophagy process in your body is a task that demands the same attention and careful deliberation as choosing a precision screwdriver for a delicate watch repair. Just as one wouldn't use a hammer where a gentle turn of a finely made tool is required, one must consider the specific needs and conditions of their biological makeup before introducing any new elements into the intricate system. A prudent approach begins with understanding the mechanics at play. Autophagy is a biological response that, much like a complex circuit, can be influenced by an array of biochemical inputs. Supplements promising to enhance this process are myriad, each with their own potential benefits and side effects, similar to a toolbox filled with gadgets of varying utility and complexity. A thoughtful consideration of the interaction of these supplements with existing medications and overall health conditions is akin to consulting a blueprint before altering any structural element of a delicate mechanism. It is not simply a matter of efficacy, but also one of harmony within the body's existing processes. Understanding the role and impact of each supplement or medication invites a person to engage deeply with the inner workings of their own health. It's like learning the language of machinery to better converse with the components of one's watch, ensuring no gear or spring is overlooked or mishandled. The goal is to support the body's natural functions, not overwhelm them, much like a master technician who knows that the best work is done with a blend of skill and subtlety, using the right tools at the right time for the right job. This approach respects the body's innate complexity and aligns with the pursuit of health as both an art and a science, driven by care, knowledge, and a touch of finesse. Let's take a deeper look at the intricate world of supplements and drugs, much like a gardener would consider which nutrients and treatments will best help a garden thrive. In the realm of cellular autophagy, there are numerous players on the field, each with a potential role in nurturing or pruning the processes, keeping our cells in top condition. Imagine resveratrol, found in red grapes, as a kind of fertilizer that encourages plants to bolster their natural defenses. On a cellular level, resveratrol can upregulate autophagy, boosting the cell's ability to declutter and recycle components, akin to how a plant may strengthen its resilience against pests. Then there's rapamycin, an antibiotic heralded for its immunosuppressant properties. In the garden of our body, rapamycin acts like a careful pruning shear, selectively snipping away elements to encourage growth in others. It's known to initiate autophagy, helping cells discard the old and damaged, making way for new growth. Curcumin, the active component of turmeric, brings a splash of color to our garden tending analogy. Just like a protective mulch layer that preserves soil moisture and mitigates weed growth, curcumin has been shown to stimulate autophagy, safeguarding cellular integrity and preventing the overgrowth of harmful components. When it comes to using these tools, these supplements, timing is everything. Just as one wouldn't fertilize a garden in the midst of a downpour or prune during the peak of growth, taking supplements requires consideration of the body's internal timing and conditions to achieve the desired effect without causing disruption. Dosage, too, is a delicate balance, comparable to the amount of water a plant needs. Too little and it wilts, too much and it drowns. The body requires a precise amount of these substances to trigger autophagy without tipping the scales to toxicity. Finally, each gardener, each person must wear gloves that fit and use. Tools matched to their hand, just as each supplement or medication must be personalized to an individual's specific health profile to ensure the perfect cultivation of their cellular landscape. By understanding the exact role and mechanism of each supplement and medication, one can wield these potent tools with the finesse of an expert gardener, nurturing the cellular processes that are essential for health and longevity. In the end, it's about growing a garden of well-being that flourishes from the cellular level up. To track improvements in autophagy, one must turn a reflective eye inward, not unlike the introspective work of charting personal growth. The journey toward enhanced autophagy doesn't come with a flashy dashboard or ticker-tape progress report. Rather, it is nuanced, an exercise in somatic awareness and bodily intuition. First, tune into energy levels, the feeling of waking refreshed as if after a night's rain has cleared the smog. Observe physical symptoms, for improved autophagy might manifest as clearer skin or a more robust immune response, akin to a garden thriving after careful tending. Journal the subtleties in response to dietary changes, exercise routines, or fasting schedules. Each variable is a unique thread in the tapestry of one's health narrative. Pinpoint the alterations like milestone markers on a hiker's trail. They will guide the way through the body's complex cellular landscape. Another guidepost is the resilience to stress and fatigue. Enhanced autophagy may render a person less prone to the mental fog that follows a poor night's sleep or a day fraught with challenges, much like a well-maintained vehicle that rides smoothly even on a bumpy road. Remember, the body speaks its own dialect of wellness, and learning to understand its nuances is paramount. As one might note accomplishments and setbacks in a diary to chart emotional health, so too should one detail their physiological journey. This process is akin to a sculptor making incremental chisels on stone, each strike a deliberate act creating a clearer form from the amorphous marble of well-being. This comprehensive, thoughtful vigil over one's own biological rhythms and responses, this is the art of monitoring autophagy. It is a measure not only of discipline, but of deepening the dialogue with oneself, strengthening the legacy of health left in every cell. Incorporating autophagy-promoting activities into daily life doesn't require monumental changes. Rather, it's about folding simple habits into the day's fabric. Start with adapting eating patterns. Initiate a form of intermittent fasting by setting a kitchen curfew, say no food intake after 7 p.m., just as one would avoid loud music when winding down for bed. This step encourages the body to enter a state primed for cellular cleanup during the fasting period. Next, weave moderate exercise into the daily routine, like taking a brisk walk or cycling to the store instead of driving. Think of it as choosing the stairs over the elevator. It doesn't add much time, but it contributes significantly to overall well-being, stimulating the body's natural autophagic response. Incorporate bouts of high-intensity training a few times a week, like sprinkling hot pepper on a favorite dish to add some zing. The brief intensity boosts can trigger beneficial stress in cells, similar to a brief dip in a cold pool that promotes autophagy. Mindfulness and stress reduction can be as simple as dedicating 5 minutes for deep breathing in a quiet space, much like taking a moment to savor the aroma of morning coffee before the day begins. This stress management is key to supporting autophagy as it prevents the clutter of stress-related cellular waste. Lastly, consider nutrition rich in autophagy-promoting compounds, integrating foods like blueberries, green tea, and nuts into snacks and meals. As natural as adding sugar to coffee, these ingredients can sweeten the pot for your cell's health. With these practical steps, anyone can craft a lifestyle that supports autophagy, turning these activities into comfortable habits that seamlessly blend into the day, much like matching socks in the morning routine. Each small action accumulates, creating a daily rhythm that harmonizes with the body's deeper biological processes. Here is the breakdown on how everyday habits can become architects of cellular health through the promotion of autophagy. Intermittent fasting, timing of eating. Resembling the last train home, cells get a clear signal to switch from open for business to maintenance mode. The fasting period is the night shift when the cellular cleanup crew gets to work. Cellular response. Hormones that usually signal grow and build take a back seat, allowing autophagy to sweep through the cells, removing the day's accumulated waste and damaged components. Moderate exercise. Type of exercise. Like a steadying breath shared with a friend, moderate exercise such as brisk walking or a gentle bike ride encourages cells to find balance, calmly boosting autophagy. Cellular influence. Exercise nudges mitochondria, the powerhouses of the cells, to fine-tune their performance, somewhat like tuning a guitar before a performance. Shabby parts are replaced, ensuring the next day's energy concert plays perfectly. High-intensity interval training, HIIT, intensity of exercise. HIIT is the cellular equivalent of a roller coaster ride. Short, sharp thrills that excite and challenge cells, triggering them into a higher state of alert. Effect on autophagy. These intense bursts act like a reboot for a sluggish computer, reinvigorating each cell to assess its parts and clear out the bits that aren't up to the mark. Mindfulness and mental stillness. Moments of calm. Envisage mindfulness as the art of letting a muddy glass of water settle. Quiet moments allow mental particles to rest, giving clarity to the mind and cells alike. Promotion of autophagy. Lowered stress hormones give autophagy the green light, similar to lifting roadblocks off a busy street, so the cleanup traffic can flow freely. Consumption of autophagy-inducing foods. Nutritional content. Certain foods are like secret agents for cells, with compounds that discreetly nudge autophagy into action. Cellular life cycle. Polyphenols in foods like blueberries and the catechins in green tea whisper to cells to tidy up, while the omega-3s in nuts may dial down inflammation, setting the stage for a more efficient autophagic process. With each habit a strand in the broader tapestry of health, these tools, these daily actions, mingle and merge to create a living art piece, a body humming with vitality, adeptly clearing away cellular detritus to shine from within. As the pages have turned, a story of cellular rejuvenation has unfolded, one where the protagonist, autophagy, plays a noble role in personal health. Step by step, one has gleaned insights into harnessing this innate recycling system, uncovering practical methods sprinkled throughout the day. From setting a window for fasting that aligns with the body's clock, to choosing stairs over elevators or integrating laughter into life's script, these strategies pave the way toward optimizing one's cellular milieu. This chapter has conveyed a clear map. By adjusting the sails of diet, anchoring the keel of exercise, and navigating the waters of stress with a steady compass, one can cruise towards a haven of health. These are not colossal leaps, but rather modest steps, each building upon the last to construct a solid pathway leading to an empowered and resilient self. Understanding that what one eats, how one moves, and the ambience in which one rests can all tune the symphony of cells to play harmoniously offers a powerful lens through which to view one's daily choices. It's not just about adding years to life, but about adding life to years, ensuring each cell orchestrates its part with vitality. This isn't just academic, it's actionable. The tools are in hand, simple yet profound, and with them comes a charge, an invigoration to steer one's course through the dynamic seas of health, bolstered by the knowledge that the capacity for renewal rests within. Conclusion. As the final chapter of Autophagy Made Easy comes to a close, a pause for reflection is in order. We've journeyed through the hidden alleys of cellular biology, unraveling the elegance of autophagy, a process as essential to our vitality as the turning of the earth or the rise and fall of the tides. You've glimpsed the inner workings of your body as it diligently cleanses, repairs, and rejuvenates itself, reminding us that life, at its core, is a cycle of continual renewal. Key themes of intentionality in lifestyle choices, mindfulness of our bodily rhythms, and respect for the intricate dance of nature within us have emerged as the keystones of understanding and enhancing autophagy. From the foods that fertilize this process to the patterns of rest that give it space to work, each chapter has stitched together a tapestry of strategies that can be seamlessly interwoven into the fabric of daily life. This book endeavors to leave you not only informed, but transformed, equipped with a newfound appreciation for the body's sophisticated self-preservation mechanisms. The lessons drawn from these pages illuminate a path to greater well-being, a trail blazed with practical steps and balanced by the wisdom of moderation and harmony. Autophagy Made Easy has charted a course through the often intricate concepts of autophagy, breaking them down into approachable, manageable insights. But beyond the practical guidance, it is hoped that this exploration has also sparked a sense of awe for the exquisite biological symphony that plays out within you, moment by moment. As we part ways, let the revelations contained in this book resonate and take root. May the understanding of autophagy become a beacon that guides you to more conscious health decisions, illuminating the potential that lies in aligning with the body's intrinsic wisdom. May this knowledge encourage a stewardship of self that is diligent yet gentle, proactive yet patient. With these final thoughts to ponder, let the spirit of discovery, growth, and self-care that has pervaded Autophagy Made Easy journey with you beyond mere pages into the very essence of a life well lived. The secrets of longevity and vitality are not locked away. They reside within you, accessible, awaiting your embrace. And so, the journey continues. John Adams is a prompt engineer for Green Mountain Computing, specializing and focusing on helping businesses to become more efficient within their own processes and proactive automation. John at greenmountaincomputing.com.